old traitor. So there is a tide on the moon. So this one was voted on first last time. Figured we'd do that. Trying to keep things good and fair. You know, do what the community wants. Something cool they have added is DLC. And mod menu. Cool. Quarter mode is still a quarter mode. Expect that. You go settings. Could up that. Let's up that to 5. Yeah, I like the new name. Not sure that. Yeah, if we run out, we're done. Site changes, I think we did that. Yeah, like that. So we can click and just follow it. Might turn that off. Uh-oh, give me a minute. Of course, right when I start, kids start screaming because they got hurt. My wife is trying to take care of the youngest, and so... yeah. Why would you want limited frame rate? I don't know. Everything's high, we should be good. Looks so pretty. I like it pretty. Oh, you can toggle it. Control B for barbs. Control S to stop it.
Stops playback of speech.
Oh, it works.
Stops playback of.
Okay, cool. Okay. Dude, that's quality of life improvements right there. That is awesome. I think we're good on that. All right, cool. Just want to double check that before we kick it off. All right, chat. We have Void Shadow on. Those of you who don't know, Void Shadow.
Void Shadows is the first major story expansion for Warhammer 40,000 Rogue Trader, offering a massive amount of content with about 15 hours of fresh gameplay and a new romanceable companion. Fully integrated into the game's main story, this DLC will allow players to delve into the depths of their void ship firsthand in an enthralling new story that will pit them against an unfamiliar enemy trying to bring ruin to the Von Valancius dynasty from within. A new story. A tense 15 hours of adventures on board the Von Valancius void ship, filled with unexpected threats, various quests, unique equipment, and additional lore content, all of it fully integrated into the main campaign. New companion. Kibella, a death cult assassin, who is ready to pledge her life in service of the Von Valancius dynasty just as her predecessors did 4 generations before, even possibly developing a strong personal bond with the Lord Captain. New looming threat arising from within the deepest and darkest bowels of the player's very own void ship, the malignant Gene Stealer cult. A horrific breed of Xenos who operate from the shadows, infecting your crew with their genetic code to convert them, slowly twisting their faith in the Emperor to carry out their wretched designs. New crew members, high-level officers integral to void ship operations, numbering thousands upon thousands of souls, stand ready to serve the Lord Captain. New locations to explore. The sheer magnitude of the void ship hides many distant nooks and crannies where no Lord Captain has gone before.
Oh yeah. And for those who don't know the game itself,
take up the mantle of a rogue trader, the sign of an ancient dynasty of daring privateers that reign over their trade protectorate, and explore the fringes of the known galaxy. Darkness looms over the bloodline of Von Valancius as it faces multiple threats, from within its own ranks and without, as countless enemies seek to destroy the most daring and brave agents of humanity. It is up to you to hold the reins of this shattered protectorate and forge a new path for the Von Valancius dynasty, currently finding itself in a vortex of wars, intrigues, calamities, and heresy. The stakes are high and rise even higher as you cross paths with terrifyingly powerful and ambitious adversaries in the darkness of the Corvinus expanse.
so I like that they have the text-to-speech mod, because otherwise I would have to read out all of that, and that would take a lot of time. So I can do that and take care of something else quickly while that's going, and you guys still get to have the information. So, I think you can change it later on. Oh, Grimdark is it's over. That's the Iron Man mode. I don't know. I do want to make that off. I think I'm just going to leave it that for now. I could see maybe going daring. What do you guys think? Normal or daring? I have not studied it enough to be good enough to probably go the higher ones. I'm kind of going between these two. I mean, I guess we could also go custom. Iron Man mode.
Are you sure you want to enable Grim Darkness mode? Manual saves will be unavailable in this mode. If your party or void ship is defeated in battle, your Grim Darkness journey will end.
Yeah, I don't think we're ready for that. We've not done that good.
This value is a flat modifier for the difficulty of all skill tests made by the party.
What is... Wait. Oh, so it's the other way around. That's the bonus they get. Hard crowd control?
This value is the upper limit on the duration of effects inflicted by all party members which inhibit the ability to move or act, such as stunned or cannot attack. The duration is calculated in rounds.
Do that, I guess. These are their default characters that they created for you to just grab and go if you want.
Bahador,
We don't have the name. I was hoping they'd give us the name.
Darius, Hikata. Create your very own rogue trader from scratch. The possibilities are endless when it comes to customizing your character, choosing their homeworld, gender, background, and more. You can also choose from a wide variety of combat, social, and technical skills and abilities which determine how your character interacts with the world and what kind of challenges they are capable of overcoming. Finally, you can choose your character's archetype. Each archetype path offers its own unique set of opportunities and challenges, so choose wisely. With all of these customization options at your fingertips, you can create a truly one-of-a-kind rogue trader and embark on an adventure unlike any other in the world of Warhammer 40,000.
I think the rogue trader is one that has to do checks. Dialogue. Correct or incorrect? Don't know for certain. Can't recall. I was trying to think because we did play it a little bit before.
For the glory of the
Kinda had,
dynasty!
Issues come up where we couldn't really continue. Not really what we're for, but not terrible. Thought about going with these guys, like the little bit older warrior. Always go with one we did before. Really liked that one. That one was our Sanctic. Don't know that we're gonna go Sanctic this time, so I don't know that we want to go that route. That one could be fun. Master. This guy's definitely more of a underworld sort of individual, which we're not doing that this time. That could be fun playthrough. Maybe. Looks more like a Navy officer than what we're going for. That one. That one, I'm kind of thinking that one's a probable. Maybe. Right now, we're debating between these two. That was a blade instead of a chain, I'd consider it. That one's actually not bad either. Maybe. Go pyro that one. Well. That one's actually not bad. And then, I'm not doing a female this time. But they have some really good female portraits. Alright. What do you guys think? Go for option 1. Option 2. Option 3 or option 4. What is your take? 1, 2, 3, 4. Is your preference? Yeah, the volume's coming through. If it's too quiet or too loud, let me know. Looks like it should be good, though. That one actually does look really good. I hadn't already decided I'd go male on this one. I might go with that one. Kind of like that one. The whole purple jacket, like surveying the area. Kind of like that one, though, too. Why not? We'll do this one. Maybe he's from the White Scars homeworld or something. Do we have a pipe to fit with the... Look, there's the other side. Do we have one on the right side? Or the correct side? Not the right side. This one is on the right side. I know that. I'm saying the correct side. Terms. Not really. Other than the mustache, the beard there, that one actually works pretty much perfect the way he already
I'll
is.
bring glory to my bloodline. A new challenge for me. Let my fury rain down upon...
The best defense is a good offense. Success is the only outcome I accept.
Unleash the storm of macro cannons. I will delight my masters with your demise. Let chaos paint the stars red.
Applaud my brilliance. The destination is known. Behold the wrath of madness.
Fire at will! Looks like we have a problem on our hands. Now that's interesting.
I like that
Supremacy
one.
is proven once again.
Excellence matters. You didn't stand a chance. Something of interest.
So are we going to go bold or are we going to go daring?
Didn't see that one coming, did you?
A new challenge for me.
Bold and daring are the ones I'm going for. I'm going to go up to air. Is there one that works better than that? That one's not bad. That works a little better in some ways. That one is a little bit more closer in some ways to this. Cruel Fang, welcome in. We're gonna go with that one, and then the beard is more of just a stash and a little bit of bottoms. We'll go with that. His eyebrows. Yes, Cruel Fang, be weird and try to make the picture match your character as close as possible. Black hair, tanner skin. Do we have a... That one's not terrible. Looks like that might be a little bit later version of him. How's your day going, Cruel Fang? Ooh, if the top was a little bit more down, that would be it. The frilled edges aren't quite it. That one's not terrible. Maybe. I want that mustache with that chin piece, but that doesn't seem to be an option. See, that's a little bit too long of a chin piece, but that's the correct top mustache. We need this one combined with, where was it? This one. This chin, this mustache. But they have them as one piece, so you can't pick and choose. I wish they would do that. Like, I wish they'd have lip piece, chin piece. Kind of like they do with the augments, where you can pick two augments that cover over the area. Or, you know, different other parts like the hair, the eyebrows, and then beard and mustache kind of structure. Would be nice to have that separated. Don't know how easy it would be to do that, but that would be preferred. That one looked kind of like we didn't have a chance to get rid of it. That one kind of fits. More of a color like that. Yeah, there we go. idea of going.
On Death
Death
Worlds,
World.
the plants, beasts, and sometimes even the environment itself take aggressive and destructive forms inimical to human life. Whilst exceptionally difficult to colonize, many Death Worlds possess valuable resources that require an outpost or other human presence upon the planet's surface to harvest. These harsh environments result in some of the hardiest and most resilient populations in the galaxy. Those tested and found wanting die young.
I like that idea.
Voidborn are humans birthed in the belly of a void vessel or aboard an ancient orbital satellite. Those who have lived their lives on void ships become immune to some extent due to the reality-altering process of warp travel and to living in low or zero-gravity environments. In many cases, their features are drawn and their skin pallid. They may even have minor deformities, or a strangeness to their speech, gait, or general appearance that sets them apart from others. A hive world's population is so dense that great swathes of the surface of the world are frequently covered in gargantuan cities bejeweled with towering spires that pierce the atmosphere. Hive worlds are vital to the welfare of the Imperium and are the beating heart of its economy and war machine. They produce munitions for the Emperor's armies in vast manufactories, mine valuable minerals, and refine fuel for the Imperial Navy. Innumerable regiments of the Astra Militarum are raised from their massive populations as well.
It's not bad.
Forge worlds are the domain of the Adeptus Mechanicus, entire planets ceded to the demands of vast macro-industries. Each is a manufacturing supercomplex of unimaginable capacity and power. Over the millennia, different Forge worlds have become especially renowned for their philosophies or ways of war. These are often colored by the technologies they specialize in manufacturing. The bulk of a Forge world's population is utilized as a labor force, whilst the fortunate few may be inducted into the ranks of the Adeptus Mechanicus itself. An imperial world is one of a million planets united by the belief in the immortal God Emperor. Hailing from hyper-technological societies to grimy feudal populations, the inhabitants of countless worlds offer fealty and devotion to the master of humanity and the imperial creed espoused by his servants. The designation imperial world encompasses a vast array of wholly dissimilar worlds that are, nevertheless, part of the imperium.
That's not terrible either.
Fortress worlds are planets where the entire populace is immersed in warfare. They constantly train for the day that they may be called upon to defend the Imperium, a charge they solemnly uphold. Fortress worlds are established as bulwarks against the enemy. Every citizen is a soldier, trained to fight from the moment they can handle a weapon.
Willpower is a good one. Perception's okay. Kind of need fellowship in some ways, but I don't know that we're going to have good fellowship. Kind of like the idea of the Death World, though. Already survive, right? Strength, toughness, agility. Intelligence, fellowship. I wasn't planning on high end this time around.
The Astra Militarum, commonly known as the Imperial Guard, is the primary fighting force of the Imperium and the first line of defense from the myriad threats that endanger the existence of humanity in the 41st millennium. You have served as one of the commanders of an Astra Militarum regiment, commanding thousands and winning battles in the name of the God Emperor. Commissars of the Officio Prefectus are ruthless officers charged with maintaining the morale, discipline, and fighting spirit of their Astra Militarum regiment. You used to be one of these faithful servants of the God Emperor, a living symbol of Imperium authority, regarded with a mix of fear and awe by their subordinates. The Imperium survives and prospers in no small part due to the narrowness of its vision, but a rebellious mind and will such as yours could not be so easily constrained. The dark paths of smugglers and renegades that win behind the facade of the Imperium society offer a dangerous refuge for those unwilling to bow to the law. You used to be one of these dangerous yet resourceful individuals.
Kinda like that one.
The Ecclesiarchy, known formerly as the Adeptus Ministorum, is a vast institution that oversees the galaxy-spanning religion of the Imperium. The Ecclesiarchy's complex hierarchies of cardinals, missionaries, preachers, and zealous laity ensure the prescribed prayers and invocations are made, all the while instructing the masses to guard against heresy and deviancy. You used to be one of those fiery and charismatic individuals concerned with keeping a close watch on your congregation.
It's not bad.
The The Imperial Navy is responsible for the fleets of void ships that assert the dominance of the Imperium amid the stars and fulfill other duties connected to the void and warp travel. You used to be a Navy officer and a commander of a void ship, hardened in numerous battles and famous for resounding victories. The high nobility of the Imperium are an enormously privileged and powerful elite, a breed apart from the common masses they rule. You grew into adulthood upon a pedestal of affluence and grandeur that towered high above the common masses. You expected their obedience and lived upon the fruits of their toil, surrendered to your family in solemn fealty.
Interesting. It's actually a pretty powerful one. Wouldn't mind doing that at some point either.
Psychers are feared and distrusted but are nonetheless valuable assets to the Imperium. The role of the Adeptus Astra Telepathica is to recruit, identify, and classify those found to possess psychic abilities. The most powerful who somehow survive the rigorous sanctioning rituals are selected to serve on the battlefield. The mind of a sanctioned psyker is steeled against the manifold dangers risked by wielders of warp powers. You were one of those found worthy to serve humanity and have miraculously survived the perils of the warp. Note, damaging psyker powers counters weapon attacks, counting toward the normal attack limit per turn and gaining all the benefits of abilities and talents increasing the damage of attacks. For example, a soldier using the run and gun ability will be able to use damaging psyker powers twice per turn, and an operative's analyze enemy's ability affects the damage of damaging psyker powers.
I don't want to go that route. Because we can do Biomancy, which is powerful. We can do Diviner, which is powerful. But we won't have high perception, I don't think. Maybe we'll leave that to someone else. We can do Sanctic, or Pyromancer, which has some really awesome abilities. Like, here you go, do fire damage. Just do fire damage to your enemies. Like, this is... sounds like fun. Fiery Blade. I don't like that. There's one like that here. Oh, yeah. So Biomancer, Pyromancer both give us some nice abilities, because poison damage, toxic on every attack. Fire on every attack. Just burn attack on the enemy. Burn, burn, burn. This one actually sounds pretty cool too. What do you guys think? Which way do we want to go with it? We're going to be a Blade Master, right? Hence the title. The guy focuses on sword combat. Just rapid, fast assault. Chop them to bits. Which this one works. I'm planning on going with Force Sword. Force weapons, Force swords. That's not bad either. You're near me, you get 10% damage. Chat, help me. Which way do we want to go with this? I like the idea of the Pyromancer being able to just wreath their weapon in flame and start burning the enemy with every hit. Sanctic is very powerful. Oh, wow. Scores a critical. Every time the Psyker kills or scores critical hit against 8 creatures in combat, the next Psyker attack 0 AP and does not count towards attack limit. So if we get area of effect damage, wow, that could be awesome. Oh wow, yeah, that would be painful. That is kind of potent. Do that along with this. Just let yourself burn and burn the enemy. Critical hit increase. So that with the that one would be big. Oh wow. Ignore Las and Plasma, that's good. Oh wow, Burning Blood. That is crazy. Because that means anyone next to us is going to take damage. Anyone around us is going to take damage. We're going in melee, or if we do melee, that one's good. I do think Pyromancer is looking really good for our melee build. I like the idea of the poison. Let's see what else they got. I think we're going to start off Pyro and maybe go Sanctic Pyro maybe. I think we want to go Pyro because that just has a lot of melee synergies. Definitely are going to need Persuasion, which is Fellowship based, which is a problem because I don't think we're going to have high Fellowship. Logic. We want to go Blade Dancer. That is the DLC class for those who don't know. They had the option to go into Assassin, Master Tactician, Arc Militant, and Executioner, which is the other new archetype. May or may not go Executioner. Hadn't decided that far. But I know we want to do Blade Dancer. Because I'm thinking melee. Just going super jumpy fast melee. Blade Master. Best idea? Probably not. But we're going to do it anyways. So we're going to need weapon skill. We're going to need willpower. Oh, forgot. Let's go back.
Blade Dancers are swift and deadly masters of the sword, specializing in delivering flurries of rapid strikes, able to sacrifice a part of their health to enhance their close combat capabilities. Blade Dancers prefer to avoid enemy attacks, either by parrying, dodging, or quickly repositioning before enemy counterattacks. They even have the ability to parry ranged attacks. Core focus, melee, swords, movement, dodge, parry.
That's why I wanted to go with the Force Blades, because it just sounds great. Is it? I don't know. I really don't. Agility was...
Agility AGI measures a character's quickness, reflexes, and poise. High agility allows a character to manipulate delicate explosives with finesse or to keep their footing when crossing treacherous terrain. It improves the character's initiative, dodge chance, and reaction. If a character uses a melee weapon, their dodge reduction is equal to the half of their agility. It also affects the demolition skill. Strength STR represents how physically strong a character is. It affects the damage a character inflicts with melee weapons and allows them to lift heavier objects. For each point of a strength bonus, characters deal plus 5% more damage with one-handed melee weapons and plus 10% more damage with two-handed melee weapons. It also affects the athletic skill.
I was thinking we might go like this, just so that's at the even rate, and then probably leave that there because we're going more dodgy than we are the other. Of course, we need willpower for our
Origin Advancement, Sanctioned Psyker.
Sanctioned Psyker powers. Brain.
Maybe you can give me the answer when I ask for it.
The Sword Class Frigate is a classic void ship design, proven in thousands of battles, combining decent firepower, high speed, and respectable survivability. Estimated dimensions 1.6 km in length, 0.3 km abeam at the fins, approximate. Estimated tonnage 6 megatons, approximate. Estimated number of souls 26,000, approximate. The Von Valancius flagship is the mightiest void ship belonging to the Von Valancius dynasty. Every system aboard this frigate has been tried and tested in innumerable The Firestorm class frigate is a modification of the Sword class, designed to deliver fire strikes against larger enemy ships, not shying away from engagements with a superior opponent. Estimated dimensions 1.8 km in length, 0.3 km abeam at the fins, approximate. Estimated tonnage 6 megatons, approximate. Estimated number of souls 25,000, approximate. The Von Valancius flagship is the mightiest void ship belonging to the Von Valancius dynasty. Every system aboard this frigate has been tried and tested in innumerable engagements. Its weapons and turrets deliver hard-hitting volleys with pinpoint accuracy. Its plasma drives are rugged yet reliable in extreme conditions. The flagship size and maneuverability are perfect for pursuing smaller, faster raiders and for hunting the countless pirates, Xenos, and heretics in the Coronus Expanse. Numerous Von Firestorm class frigate.
Well, we'll go with that. Is this the best idea? Probably not. Are we going to have fun with it? We hope. I am a little bit worried about the persuasion aspect because our fellowship sucks. Might be a problem. Ignatius. Sure. Ignatius Blade Master.
For the first several rounds after receiving an injury, a character will have only a fresh injury. Fresh injuries can be instantly healed with a medikit. If left untreated, a fresh injury turns into an old injury. Old injuries require a successful medici test to be healed. An excellent place for contemplation. The man who has approached you is gazing down into the depths of the vast temple on one of the lower decks. One has the best view of the cathedral from here. Mesmerizing, wouldn't you say? An impeccable manifestation of the God Emperor's sublimity.
An impeccable manifestation of the God Emperor's sublimity.
You are in a dialogue. Here you can learn more about current events, influence the character you are speaking to, or even alter the course of the game's narrative. Your character's personal story depends on the dialogue choices you make. Available dialogue options are displayed on the right. Select a reply by clicking LMB on it or pressing the corresponding digit on your keyboard.
Let's do that. See if that'll do it.
Allow me to introduce myself. Conrad Voigtler, Master of Whispers in the employ of the Ladyship Rogue Trader Theodora von Valencius. At your service. I haven't had the pleasure of speaking with you in person before. Voigtler bores his head and focuses his attention on you.
At your service. I haven't had the pleasure of speaking with you in person before.
Not sure why it's talking over. It's not supposed to. Ah, there we go. I missed that one.
My regards, Master. Or should I say, von Valencius, scion of a blessed rogue trader house in the service of the Imperium. Perhaps this kinship came as a shock to you. Understandably so, given that all evidence of the connection was lost in the generations separating you and Lord Captain Theodora. It required no small effort on the part of her ladyship's servants to discover and verify this blood tie, which has now made you one of the heirs of this dynasty.
You can hover your cursor over highlighted words to learn more about them. The tooltips that appear can help you better understand the world of the game or its mechanics. You can hover your cursor over highlighted words to learn more about them. The tooltips that appear can help you better understand the world of the game or its mechanics. Words are highlighted when they first appear in a text. Scroll up the dialog box.
I would rather not discuss the Lord Captain behind her back.
My lines aren't voiced, I need to
Especially
do that.
not on board her ship. No one knows better than I that whispers are wont to attract particularly close attention. Suffice it to say that her ladyship is the bearer of the sacred warrant of trade and a woman of immense power and entitlement. However privileged your position may be, I ask that you do not incur her anger by being disrespectful or obtuse. Lady Theodora despises both qualities.
Warrant of Trade. The sacred relic document that affirms the preeminent rights of a rogue trader throughout the galaxy.
I'm going to bump the volume of the voice because it seems to be a little lower than the game itself. Might need to up it more.
The sacred relic document that affirms the preeminent rights of a rogue trader throughout the galaxy.
That seems to be about right. Let me know what you guys think. You have a curious title, Master of Whispers. What is your responsibilities?
To put it plainly, I am the head of the network of spies and informers who serve the interests of House von Valencius. I uncover weak links both among Lady Theodora's retinue and in the ranks of her rivals. I eliminate our vulnerabilities and exploit those of others.
You say one of the rogue traders' heirs. There's other candidates?
There is, and you will meet him soon enough.
And why am I aboard this vessel? Why have I been brought here?
So that you may fulfill your blood duty. Whatever obligations you had before, they are henceforth null and void. By order of the Lord Captain, you have been requisitioned to serve the rogue trader, indeed blessed by the God Emperor. Your former position may have been different from conventional service as part of one of the institutions of the Imperium, but from now on, a different fate awaits you. One chosen for you by the Lord Captain. I advise you to come to terms with this reality as quickly as possible.
Assume you had some goal in mind when you decided to seek me out. Let us address it.
But of course, I have come to invite you to a meeting with Lady Theodora. I imagine you have many questions for your patroness, and I'm sure she has just as many questions for you. It is regrettable that you haven't yet had an opportunity to speak. It has been an arduous voyage thus far.
Of course.
The Lord Captain and Master Edelthrad von Valencius are conversing on the observation platform. Let us join them there.
Move your character by clicking LMB on a spot on the screen. A symbol will appear, and your character will move toward it. If the spot you chose is inaccessible, the symbol will appear in the closest accessible location. Interactable objects.
Is that one just quieter to me, or is it to you guys as well?
Some objects in the game can be interacted with in a special way. They are marked with specific icons. Some icons allow you to study objects. Others will transfer the character to neighboring locations or launch a small event. These icons become visible when your character is standing close enough to the interactive object. Click LMB on the icon to perform the associated action. Some interactive objects, such as doors or chests, are not always marked with icons, but the cursor changes when you hover over them. Hover your cursor over the object. If the cursor changes, the object is interactable. Hold Tab to highlight objects your character can interact with.
Cyclitony 4 machine placidity is required. Vox casting to initiate the consecration of unguents and the preparation of technomats. The sacred mechanism has been interfered with without due reverence. The duration of the data processing cycle has tripled. The sacred mechanism has been interfered with without due reverence. The duration of the data processing cycle has tripled.
Incomprehensible information is displayed on a large screen above the cogitators. You can make out references to unfamiliar systems and worlds among the numbers and logistica symbols. A massive conference table, obviously crafted from real wood, a resource of incredible value aboard a
A
void ship.
new challenge for me.
If I see you raise your head again, I'll hand you over to the tech priests for servitrization. Laypeople interfering in the operation of the sacred mechanisms disturbs the machine spirits. In the name of the Omniscient, refrain from any further profane acts. Greetings, my lord. Have you heard? Apparently, the lower decks got a big influx of new blood after the last on-world resupply. Is there some pestilence spreading through the crew? And that's why we had to make up the shortfall. Last time it was blue leprosy that culled our ranks. I heard the Seneschal gave the senior officers another public dressing down recently. I don't know what it was for this time, but Webserian would latch onto any slip-up as an excuse to give someone an earful. Laypeople interfering in the operation of the sacred mechanisms disturbs the machine spirits. In the name of the Omniscient, refrain from any further profane acts.
How long do we have to wait for an audience? How many days has it been already?
How long do we have to wait for an audience? How many days has it been already?
May his will strengthen my heart. May my humble deeds be for the benefit of humanity.
A candlelit altar with a copy of the 2,348th volume of the Lex Imperialis, the Codex of the Sacred Laws of the Imperium.
Victory awaits!
You get her.
One of the Son Valencius trophy rooms. Perhaps you would like to take a look around after your audience with the Lord Captain.
What's happening? Run! The servitors have gone berserk! Death will
Ignatius,
find
shoot,
you soon
shoot,
enough!
and don't let it get close.
To survive in the grim darkness of the far future, you will have to face enemies of all kinds and fight for your life. These hints and tutorials will familiarize you with the combat system of Warhammer 40,000, Rogue Trader. Click the button at the top of the screen to start the battle.
That boy dead. That boy dead. That boy probably dead. I wish you would be dead.
All battles in the game are turn-based and take place on a grid. On their turn, a character can move, attack, and use their abilities. Select a cell within the highlighted area and double-click LNB on it to move the character there. Ability. Each archetype has a number of unique abilities a character can use in combat. Characters acquire abilities as they gain new levels. Turn. The sum of a character's actions during a round. On their turn, a character can spend movement points to move and action points to perform an attack action or use their abilities. The order in which you take actions in combat matters. A character can only move around the battlefield before they take an attack action. Once a character attacks, they lose their remaining movement points, unable to move until the start of their next turn. There is a way around this, however, if, for example, the character has some way of gaining movement points after attacking. To make attacks and use abilities in combat, a character must spend action points, or app. Their total is displayed on the panel at the bottom of the screen. Every attack or ability has a certain app cost associated with it. The number of squares next to the icons of attack actions and other abilities indicates their app cost. At the start of each character's turn, their app are restored to their maximum value. Movement points, MP, determine how far a character can move on their turn. 1 MP corresponds to 1 cell on the battlefield. Moving diagonally is more costly. Every second diagonal cell uses 2 MP. At the beginning of each turn, movement points are restored to their maximum value. Note that once a character starts moving, this action can no longer be cancelled.
Suits my purposes.
To make attacks and use abilities in combat, a character must spend action points, or app. Their total is displayed on the panel at the bottom of the screen. Every attack or ability has a certain app cost associated with it. The number of squares next to the icons of attack actions and other abilities indicates their app cost. At the start of each character's turn, their app are restored to their maximum value. To attack, first click LMB on the single shot icon on the weapons panel at the bottom of the screen. Hover the cursor over an enemy. A tooltip will appear showing your chances of hitting that enemy and the possible damage you can deal on a successful hit. Click LMB on the enemy to fire. The amount of damage your characters deal depends on the parameters of the weapon they are using. The effectiveness of the shot depends on the distance between the character and their enemy. When you target an enemy with a single shot, you will see two areas denoting the weapon's effective and maximum firing ranges. Certain abilities in the game are considered attack actions and can only be used once per turn unless affected by specific talents or other abilities a character might have. If a character performs an attack action, they will not be able to attack again and will lose their remaining movement points until the start of their next turn. When you're ready to end your turn, press space or click the end turn button on the bottom right of the screen.
Let him burn. Is he still burning? No. So we need to burn him again.
Not a problem for me.
Nope, that guy's dead. Go ahead and attack Boytiker.
Suits my purposes.
Oh.
To the heretics!
I can scarcely believe it, on a day like this.
What suspiciously poor timing for such an accident. Servitors malfunction on the officer's deck at exactly the same moment when the rogue trader and her heirs are gathered here. I have blocked all passages between the upper and lower sectors of the residential decks. If this is a deliberate attack, it should stop the culprits from advancing their plan.
Characters with melee weapons block adjacent enemies' ability to perform attacks with ranged weapons. Pistols and shotguns are an exception to this rule. Those can be fired at point-blank range.
I'm afraid I must remain here. For Lady Theodora's safety, I have to oversee the execution of these orders personally. I hope you will have no difficulty reaching the observation platform on your own. It is just at the end of this corridor.
You can open the map using M to orient yourself. These windows look into the next room, not outside the void ship. You cannot make out anything through the cloudy glass, only the weak light filtering through from that side. Tarantula sentry gun, constructed with the blessing of the Adeptus Mechanicus using a standard template construct in the manufactorums of Kaya Gamma. The wires in the servitor's head are still smoldering. It would seem the cause of this malfunction was the short-circuiting of the motive force. Lemon Rust battle tank, reclaimed and restored by the grace of the God Emperor, the first to breach the capital walls during the pacification of Vorteston. A violet alloy, which, upon closer examination, turns out to be a handcrafted object. Symbols carved with a primitive tool are visible on the surface. A black shard resembling obsidian. If you look closely, you can discern a strange, barely perceptible glow inside the artifact. A massive golden amalgam interspersed with sparkling particles. The stone on the pedestal is no doubt solid, but its surface shimmers and changes hue, as if someone has captured a piece of turbulent sea within the rock. A strange object that resembles sea coral. The porous surface is pitted, a sign that it has been underwater. A grey-green crystal with white veins. A low hum can be heard coming from the artifact.
Interesting.
If I see you raise your head again, I'll hand you over to the tech priests for servitrization.
This exhibit is unfinished. Another symbol of House von Valancius's valor will be displayed here at some point in the future.
If I see you raise your head again, I'll hand you over to the tech priests for servitrization.
The Grand Voidship Temple occupies the entire space below the officer's deck and is lit by countless candles and lumens.
Anyone who thinks of following Kron's example will end up in solitary or like Kron himself. Speaking of which, his remains still need to be scrubbed from the bulkhead. You will take care of that when we're done here. Understood.
A monument dedicated to the von Valancius dynasty's acquisition of the Warrant of Trade, a symbol of the power and special role of the rogue trader in the service of the Imperium.
If I see you raise your head again, I'll hand you over to the tech priests for servitrization.
I won't tolerate weakness. That is simply irrational, Lady Theodora. Assimilation into the trade structure would be political and economic suicide. Practically an admission of heresy.
Then suggest an alternative that will satisfy me. I have described the situation. No worse than my seneschal could have done. Make a decision. What will you do with Ion 6, Edelthrad? While you are considering your answer, Edelthrad, I wish to speak with someone else. Perhaps I shall hear something more interesting than incoherent mumbling. Approach.
What is this? Is this someone from your retinue, Theodora? Do you permit your people to interrupt your conversations in such a fashion?
I give that permission to those with something of substance to say. Let us see if it was worth it. This is the second candidate for the title of my successor. Step forward. Consider this hypothetical situation. Ion 6. A new world on the fringes of the Coronis expanse. High seismic activity, regular magma eruptions, metamorphic rock deposits, prospects for large-scale mining. The world is populated by natives who worship some heretical underworld spirits that protect those who offer them sacrifices. Flights of fancy, you might say, but attempts to install ore extractors have failed for the second time. The mining crew sent to the planet's surface simply vanished overnight. My question to you is, what would you do with this poisoned treasure?
Let's do Lord Xenos.
Reasonable and prudent. However, chasing after ethereal creatures may prove a rather long and fruitless endeavor.
So what we said was, the spirits could well be the natives' name for dangerous aliens. But first verify that it is indeed the case, and the population of Ion 6 engages in Xenos.
Apart from Xenos, an untrodden planet might be teeming with myriad horrors that are far more dangerous and difficult to eradicate. I suspect that you are simply unaware of their existence.
Your character's skills reflect their knowledge and capabilities. Some dialogues automatically initiate passive skill tests. If such a test succeeds, new information will be revealed or a hidden dialogue option will unlock. If your character is traveling with allies, the party member with the highest score in the applicable skill is selected for each given passive skill test.
We're both servants of the God Emperor and Lady Theodora. Does not become any of us, any of our status to engage in petty feuds.
Even among his flock, not all are of a piece. I suggest you familiarize yourself with that fact before you are sorely.
Edelthrad, I believe I gave you an assignment on this ship. Explain to me then why my senior congregator is still dawdling about the officers' deck, instead of proceeding to the middle decks to commence the inspection of the compartments in his purview.
I beg your forgiveness, Lady Theodora. Your presence has such a profound effect on me that I well forgot the time.
So, why are you here?
Do not know yet. Hope you will clarify that.
Clarity. A luxury that few of us can afford. There is a reason why I did not explain all the details of the question I posed to you earlier. Beyond the borders of the Imperium, seldom is one granted an opportunity to enjoy information in abundance.
Understandable.
This, however, is one such opportunity.
Imperium of Man. The galaxy-spanning interstellar human empire ruled by the living god who is known as the Emperor of Mankind.
My name is Theodora von Valancius Massimo of Scaris. I am a rogue trader in the service of the God Emperor of humanity. And my rights and freedoms are vindicated by a most sacred relic. The warrant of trade, kept aboard this very vessel. Mine is the honor to venture into the darkness beyond the Imperium and carry humanity's light where powers wicked and heretical reign, and bow death and ruin to us all.
The Emperor of Mankind. The guide, the ruler, and the higher power to which humanity offers their prayers for aid and deliverance. Most would be driven mad with despair if they knew the truth. Rogue Trader. A subject of the Imperium with a unique hereditary title, a rogue trader is tasked with exploring and exploiting the still uncharted regions of the galaxy for the benefit of mankind. Warrant of Trade. The sacred relic document that affirms the preeminent rights of a rogue trader throughout the galaxy.
It is my decision alone to determine the fate of whatever I find past the bounds of the explored void. Every world I discover, along with all there is to find thereon. Resources, people, riches, and mysteries is mine by right. I command millions of lives, rule over numerous planets, and possess fortunes that no planetary governor or commander could dream of amassing. And you are one of those with von Valancius blood in their veins and a rightful claim to this inheritance when the hour comes.
One of. Does this mean there are other heirs?
Naturally. Some have yet to arrive on board, but you have had the pleasure of meeting one of them. Edelthrad may be somewhat disconcerted by the scale of the responsibilities that may potentially fall upon his shoulders. However, I have a good feeling about him as a candidate. Bloodright alone is not enough to earn the high honor of becoming the bearer of a warrant of trade. Nonetheless, your abilities and talents may yet prove useful. If not for the role of Lord Captain, then for that of their closest ally. Alas, even those responsibilities can at times be too challenging for those who share your blood. Kunrad Voitvir served me for many years before he made his mistake.
Wait, did I hear you correctly? The Master of Whispers is related to you.
His kinship to me is most distant, as is yours. Nonetheless, he does bear the name von Valancius, even if he avoids using it publicly, and as such, strictly speaking, can be considered my heir. That door, however, is closed to him. Voitvir's performance in his current role is satisfactory. Or it used to be, at least.
Wow. If you're satisfied with Ithilred, then why... What sense is there in having this conversation? Why are you wasting me? No, I'm not going to say that. That's rude. Thank you for clarifying. May I ask a question?
I have some time before the Navigator gives the signal to initiate the Void Ship's translation out of the warp, and my presence is required on the bridge.
Navigate. A sanctioned noble mutant whose genes allow them to safely guide a warp-capable void ship through the warp. Warp. An alternate dimension of pure energy and madness existing as a mirror to real space, also known as the Immaterium, the Empyrean, the Ether, the Sea of Souls, or warp space. Vox. A piece of technology used to communicate over short distances or to record sound.
Where's the ship headed?
The Rykad system, the domain of rogue trader Winterscale, one
Welcome
of my
in, nuts and
peers
raiders. Welcome in.
and rivals. Besides me, 2 other rogue traders exist in the Coronis Expanse, and each of them possesses resources comparable to mine. Perhaps you will one day assist House von Valancius in surpassing both of them in affluence and splendor.
Can only hope.
Coronis Expanse. A scattered, poorly explored region on the frontier of the Imperium, full of fearsome Xenos, treasure, even worlds, and the echoes of ancient doom.
I set the course for Rykad on the demand for a very specific reason. Perhaps I shall yet apprise you of the purpose for this voyage, but now is not the time.
And what are my current responsibilities?
Observe, learn, absorb. It will take time for you to find your bearings aboard this vessel and in your new position. Eventually, I will find a post that suits you as I did for Edelthrad. Until that time comes, consider yourself my aide.
She probably already knows about that. I have no more questions.
In that case, I shall head to... Disturbances reported on the adjacent decks. Seneschal, if the need arises, protect the new blood. It is possible that the chance to prove your worth may present itself sooner than you may have anticipated.
Dun dun dun.
So we're doing a Blade Master Pyromancer currently. To attack with melee as much as possible, inflict additional damage as much as possible, because Pyromancer gives the ability to have fire damage on melee.
You'll make a suitable sacrifice.
All combatants act in turns, and their order is determined by an initiative roll. The order of turns is displayed on the left side of the screen from bottom to top. The character at the very bottom goes first, then the one above them, and so on.
Look out!
Reduced to dust.
So the new class is Blade dancer, and that's what we're going with.
Weapon at the ready.
It adds ability to deflect ranged attacks.
Death to non-believers. See my great work,
Brace yourself, Abelard.
Cover. Use cover to avoid enemy attacks. Cover that a character can hide behind are marked with a shield, or a shield with a skull. When standing close to them, the character will automatically take up an advantageous position. In this case, the chance that enemy attacks will hit the cover and not the character behind them increases. The character will not receive a bonus if attacked from a side not protected by their current cover. Cover. A character hiding behind cover has a chance to avoid enemy ranged attacks. Full cover, indicated by a skull on the shield, reduce the chance to hit the character by 60%. Partial cover reduces the chance to hit by 35%, although the chance to hit a character behind cover may vary depending on the difficulty of the game you choose and can be altered by certain abilities, talents, and effects. Bonus. A positive modifier applied to a skill or characteristic score, damage, armor, and other character parameters. A bonus can be provided by different abilities, items, or actions, such as use of cover.
So, our current ability is Ignite. We have not used our gun at all. Why would we? When we can cause them to burn.
Nothing I can't do.
Infernal heretic.
Out of my way.
By blade and fire.
You're weak.
Pain and duty go hand in
I
hand.
serve the ruinous powers.
Pathetically sounding. One fewer target.
Stay vigilant.
Crush the feeble!
Your character has received a temporary positive effect from an ally. Such effects enhance your character's capabilities in combat in some way. To learn more about the effect you have gained, hover your cursor over the effect icon next to the character's portrait. Plus 50 ballistic skill until the end of combat.
I don't know who I would kill.
Already done. Opposing me was your biggest mistake.
Tried and tested tactics are the best ones. I took care of this one.
Mort, take a team with you and clear a path to the transport line. Do not let a single whoreson survive. Didn't bat an eye when that scum burst onto the deck, huh? Not bad. I have seen many an officer who panicked at the sight of combat on the upper decks. The false sense of security offered by their position makes them that much more vulnerable to the harsh realities of warp travel.
What are your orders, milady?
Mort has gone on ahead to clear a path for us. If you want to make yourself useful, go after him and see if the Arch-Militant requires aid. And be quick about it.
Abelard, check the latest communication reports for the upper decks.
We need to change that voice a little
Report from the engine seers. Request for cargo transfer. There. I see an alert about loss of communication with decks 8 and 12.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
Hold on, Master. Just stay with us. Keep firing, you oafs. No cowering and no hiding. You see the traitor, you kill the traitor. Hold on, Master. Just...
Thank Providence you are alive and well.
Always on time, eh, Kunrad? The moment we finish chasing the riffraff around the deck, you show up. Always just after the fighting's done. You could set your chrono by it.
Mort, hold yourself together.
What, did the Lord Captain send you to chivvy us along? We're all done here. I'll report right away.
Master of Whispers, what is happening on my ship? The Voxnet is silent. The Voxmaster is not responding. Armed assailants have stormed the officer's deck, and my arch-militant just destroyed several more heretics on the way here. Is this a severe case of warp madness? Have some of my crew lost their minds and forgotten who they are and whom they serve? Report!
I have not yet received word from the Engineerium regarding any Geller field failures, but communications were already unstable half an hour ago, and now they have ceased altogether. Whatever the cause may be, the consequences are spreading fast. I am receiving scattered reports from the middle decks, and the only Voxcasts from the lower bays are one-way heretical gibberish. That the madmen have already reached the officer's deck suggests that this outrage was planned in advance. Perhaps this is an organized mutiny.
What do you guys think? So many choices. Now, I haven't decided if we're going to go Iconoclast, Heretic, or Dogmatic, so you guys are welcome to advise and suggest on that. This is our character. Nifty jacket. He's a Psyker and Blade Master. Master of the sword and master of the warp. I bring the fires of the Imperium on the foes of mankind. Mutiny against the Emperor's anointed. Execute every last one of them.
First, we have to confirm that the bridge and the Navigator's Sanctum are secure. And I have the means to do both things at once. Edelthrad, where is he? I must know if he is unharmed. A Psyker aboard a ship that is potentially being assailed by the warp could pose a greater threat to himself and others than a whole army of madmen with improvised weapons.
I'm a Psyker too. Just so you know, lady.
I tried to locate him, but the last thing known about his movements is that he arrived on Transitional Deck 18.
Blast it! Master of Whispers, find Edelthrad immediately. Seneschal, locate Tlas and the Sister of Battle. Both are to remain at my side. Arch-militant, with me. I must go to my study. And it appears we might encounter heretics along the way.
If I may, Lord Captain. Transitional Deck 18 is at the heart of the disturbance, and if our goal is to bring Edelthrad back, I could use some support. After all, I'm not as adept at directly confronting enemies of the House as the esteemed Arch-Militant, and taking into consideration Edelthrad's Psyker powers.
Don't send me with him. He's a scum and a scoundrel, and he's trying to backstab me.
Then it's settled. Find Edelthrad and bring him here. In whatever state you find him. This elevator leads to restricted compartments such as my personal chambers and the bridge. Do not let me down. I require you both. Do you understand?
I hear and obey, Lord Captain.
Then move out! Mort, come.
He's a slimy.
Are you ready to head to 18? It is a long walk, and you do not even have proper gear.
I shall make do. Lead the way.
Of course you will. Lady Theodora would never have someone she couldn't rely on as one of her heirs. But that is no longer relevant.
With a pop and a sharp crackle, something hits you in the abdomen, and you are consumed by unbearable, gut-wrenching pain.
I promised you a special destiny, Ignatius. It is time to fulfill it.
Keep firing, you oafs. No cowering and no hiding. You see the traitor, you kill the traitor.
Now, betrayal.
I mean, we kind of expected it, right? Alright. I'm going to run and grab coffee because it's out, and you know you got to have coffee for good sane minds, right? You can't serve the master of unmankind without a good cup of coffee next to you. So I will,
Assassins are exemplary at evading enemy attacks and then delivering their own devastating blows, melee or ranged. They benefit from high dodge and dodge reduction as well as precisely planned attacks on enemies' weak spots.
Cool. And I'll be right back.
Welcome to the return, everyone. We shall begin once more.
Careful, careful. Be gentle with our guest. He has an important mission to complete during our visit to the Warren Chamber. And for that, I need him breathing. Oh, you are back with us, I see. Delightful.
You two-faced scum, you're behind this.
I'll help you with the next insight. I need you here for your blood. You have the option to share it voluntarily, or I will squeeze it out of you myself. We are in the anteroom of the Warren Chamber, this void ship's most hallowed vault. There, beyond those gates, lies the relic that gives Theodora all of her power. The sacred Warrant of Trade. Only one obstacle remains on my path to obtaining it. The gates of the chamber are guarded by the Sentinel, an ancient device that will only open the door to a true heir of the dynasty. I expected to do this part myself, but never mind. You will offer your blood to the Sentinel.
Use the psychic powers against him. Fire!
You close your eyes and try to focus, and then you feel the touch of something sharp. Volker has somehow sensed a shift in the warp and delivered a preemptive strike. The blade flashes in the dim light, and drops of blood appear on your palm. For a brief moment, you feel nauseous, your head is spinning, and then quiet whispers begin to flood your mind. More and more sourceless voices echo each other, drowning out your own thoughts, replacing them with a singular urge. Go to the gate, go to the gate, go to the gate.
Get out, I am not your puppet, you fool.
The voices in your head giggle and mock your desperate act. You feel this intruding influence forcing you onto your feet and making you take a step toward the gates leading in the center of the chamber. In the gateway arch you see a cogitator with a human likeness built into the front panel. As you approach, the torso twitches slightly. This is a servitor, an obedient automaton created from a lobotomized human being. The Sentinel turns its head to you, one of its eye sockets lighting up with two ember-like irises. Cogitator. Any type of digital computer in the Imperium of Man. Servitor. Mindless cybernetic drones created from a fusion of human flesh and robotic technology, used to carry out simple, manual tasks. One of the available dialogue options requires making a skill test. Unlike with passive tests, which are made automatically, in this case you can decide whether or not to select an option, the consequences of which will depend on the result of the associated test. Success or failure affect how the dialogue will develop. Depending on the context, you might change the course of the conversation, alter the character's attitude, or perform an action whose consequences will only become apparent later. Hover your cursor over the dialogue option that requires a skill test, and you will see a tooltip detailing your chances of success. The number after the skill's name indicates the difficulty of the test. Once your character starts traveling with allies, the party member with the highest score in the applicable skill will be selected for each test. You carefully inspect the design of the gate cogitator. What immediately catches your eye is the strange alloy that was used as material for the machine's components, some of which are unfamiliar to you. You suspect this might be some kind of architect relic. Architect. An incredibly rare and powerful piece of technology from humanity's ancient past. Experience points. You can advance the level of your character and companions, prevailing in battles, exploring the Coronus Expanse, and completing quests earns you experience points. Once you have accumulated enough experience, your character gains a new level. Click on the arrow symbol on a character's portrait to open the level up screen. Each level gained offers your characters new progression options, which include new abilities, talents, skill improvements, and other enhancements. Your companions gain new levels at the same time as your character. Even if they are not included in the active party during your journeys, you can always increase their level later.
How are the volume levels? Are they good? Do I need to turn something up or down?
The servitor on the gate begins to move. With the screeching and groaning of metal, it leans forward, closer to you. Its lower jaw opens with a drawn-out shriek, much wider than the jaw of a living human could. The servitor's mouth is filled with sharp metallic fangs that glint in the dim light. The vid screen to the right of you lights up, showing strings of mysterious symbols on a green background. A whisper runs through your consciousness, insisting, demanding sacrifice. The voices that filled your head after Voight wounded you with his blade did not go away. On the contrary, their source coiled itself into a tight knot somewhere in the depths of your mind. Decision consequences. You were wounded by the corrupted weapon, which led to a warp entity invading your mind. The servitor looks noticeably different from the ones you are used to. Its skin covering is stitched together with copper thread, and it has metal hinges in place of the standard joints. It seems that the creators of the Sentinel did everything to ensure that the service life of this unit would be much longer than that of ordinary automatons. The Sentinel's jaws clamp around your hand, puncturing your skin and sinking into your flesh. A few dark drops fall into the servitor's throat, and immediately you hear humming as the servo motors start up and the pumps stir into motion. The vid screen of the cogitator flickers. Several long minutes pass. The Sentinel's jaws remain closed, and you are beginning to feel sick. Perhaps if you were to lean against the gate, you could catch your breath, maybe even close your eyes and pretend none of this ever harmed.
High levels of caustic humors. The subject is in a state of heightened stress. Do you require assistance?
Who is this?
Genetic code identified. Child of House von Valancius. Do you require assistance?
You hear a displeased grunt in your mind, as if the lurking entity has sensed something that is not to its liking.
Yes, Sentinel. Traitors threaten my life and the safety of the warrant.
Pain shoots through your head, and subsides just as quickly. It would seem the entity coiled in your consciousness does not have the ability to do any real harm.
Request accepted. Initiating defense protocol.
There is still another way!
A new challenge for me?
The enormous gates match the importance of the thing they protect. The massive doors are made of heavy metal and look impregnable.
Let it be known that by my will, by the true word of this document, that I appoint the person of the bearer of this warrant of trade, and bestow upon them to be the paragon of humanity unbroken by adversity, to walk the bravely first darkness, to unite and reclaim what was lost, to triumph over the nightmares untold, to be bold in the reins of fate, to walk steadily through the thorns,
Escort the child of the house to safety.
What is this madness happening? Who are you? Who addresses me?
Temporary obnubilation following acute stress. Mobile unit of the Warrant Sentinel standing by.
Are you the Warrant Sentinel?
Mobile unit of the Warrant Sentinel, designed as a personal escort of the child of the house and a means of communicating with the rogue trader's subjects. Mobile unit standing by.
I need a weapon. I'm utterly defenseless. Why not? Need to contact someone, preferably Lady Theodora.
Voxcast frequencies disrupted. Initiating setup. Establishing connection.
Welcome in, Jason.
Master, restore communication with the Navigator's Sanctum. I am trying to contact the bridge. If anyone can hear me on this frequency, regroup all available forces and head to the upper decks at
Communication protocols breached. Signal latency assessment unavailable. Unable to establish two-way connection.
Let's go from here.
Middle and upper decks. Assuming the probability of safe placement in areas of concentration of armed units. Calculating. To prevent unauthorized units from breaching the warrant chamber, preemptive sealing must be initiated. The mobile unit will start executing the received order immediately after the safety of the warrant is secured.
As the game story unfolds, you will see notifications at the top of the screen indicating that the status of your current objective has been updated and that new information has been added to your journal. You can open the journal by pressing J or clicking LMB on the notification at the top of the screen. Journal entries help you keep track of current events and guide your character on their journey. The Quests tab tracks the progress of the main story. Here you can find information about any quests you have accepted and their current status. Use the journal to help yourself understand where to go on the next steps of your adventure. The rumors and contract sections also contain important information. You will learn more about them later.
Here we go. Our quests. Of course, none there, as we expected.
Of your Lord Captain, whose house each of you swore to serve till your last breath, may your souls never lose the fervor and fire that bolster your hatred for the enemies of the Imperium.
Master? Whatever are you doing in the warrant chamber? How did you... Throne preserve me! What is the meaning of this?
Conrad Voigtgar is a traitor. When we parted ways on the officer deck, he stunned me somehow and brought me here.
What?
He intended to take revenge on Lady Theodora for something, and trying to reach the warrant was somehow part of that plan.
Oh, holy God, Emperor! I presume he is the one responsible for the mutiny. And, Master, I wish to remind you that you are to refer to the Lord Captain as Lady Theodora.
Voigtgar openly admitted he is the mastermind behind the mutiny.
Saint's blood! Then it is small wonder that the heretics are so well organized. I thought his order to seal the passages between decks was his attempt to stop the attackers from spreading to other levels. But now I see the real reason. It was to stop the enforcers from intervening. At least you are alive, and now safe, Master. Alas, I doubt we can afford to look for a compartment to sit out this disaster.
I don't intend to anyways.
You're in a bad way. I can treat your wounds. I have a Medicaid kit with me. And, for the love of the throne, now is not a good time to be walking around the decks without means of self-defense. Here.
Sword. Sword Mars pattern. Armored body glove and med kit. Cool.
Treating injuries. While fighting, your character can lose some of their wounds. Your character has suffered an injury after being attacked by Conrad. This happens when a character receives damage that exceeds 50% of their maximum wounds within one round. The exact percentage of wounds a character must lose for this to happen may vary depending on the difficulty of the game you choose. Injuries reduce the character's resolve. When a character initially suffers an injury, it is considered a fresh injury during the first 3 rounds. Once 3 rounds have passed, a fresh injury becomes an old injury. A fresh injury can be healed using a medikit without passing any skill tests. Old injuries can be healed with a medikit, but they require the character administering the treatment to pass a Medici skill test to succeed. Use medikits to restore wounds and heal injuries. Note that when a character loses all of their wounds, they fall unconscious. Once the combat is over, the wounds of all party members are replenished automatically, but any injuries they may have sustained remain. Those can be healed with a medikit. Medikits can only be used by characters who have the field medic feature, they skill Medici, or have taken Medici skill advancement at least once. Whenever a character uses a medikit in battle, a Medici skill test determines the number of wounds that will be restored as a result. A Bellard can heal your character's injury. Click LMB on a Bellard's portrait, select the medikit on the panel at the bottom left of the screen, then use it on your character. A Bellard needs to be standing right next to your character for him to administer the treatment. You have gotten new items. All items are added to your inventory. You can open it by pressing I or clicking on the bag icon on the right side of the screen. On the inventory screen, weapons, armor, and other items can be equipped or interacted with in other ways. Medikits can be used to replenish wounds and heal injuries. Weapon. To equip new weapons or armor, open your inventory from I and double-click LMB on the item. Alternatively, you can hold LMB and drag the item to the right slot. It will become highlighted once you start dragging the item. To view the parameters of an item, hover your cursor over its icon and wait for the information window to appear. Another way to view details about an item is to click RMB on its icon, then select Info. You can switch between party members using the arrows at the top of the inventory screen or clicking LMB on a character's portrait. Item descriptions contain comparisons with any corresponding items already equipped by the character.
Your seneschal is always there for you. Let's patch you up. That is a noticeable improvement. Now you're prepared for the trials ahead. The lower decks are teeming with heretics instigating the rabble to revolt. But that is the least of our problems. The ship's enforcers are rounding up the scoundrels and suppressing the resistance. The situation on the middle decks is much worse, although strike teams have already been dispatched there. All communication with the bridge and the engineering bay was lost. So, apart from scattered voxcasts, we have no information to go on.
And Jason or anyone else in chat, if you guys have any questions about the style we're playing, the character we built, any of those details, feel free to ask. I got no problem sharing that with you if you missed it.
But that is not the worst of it all. All these jolts and shaking are most alarming. These are signs that the navigator and the master helmsman are having difficulty translating the ship out of the warp and into real space. I fear that they may have already lost control. We must reach the navigator's sanctum and get a handle on the situation. If we can manage that, some aboard this vessel may yet survive.
How did you find me?
You sent me a Vox message. Specifically, a Voxcast on the officer's frequency, which I had the good fortune to receive. You mean to say you did no such thing?
I think it was the Warren Sentinel may have sent the message. It appeared when I opened the chamber.
Warren Sentinel? The Lord Captain barely ever ventures down to the chamber, and I was at her side only once or twice when she did. And I did not see anything of the sort. The Warren Chamber is an ancient and rather sacred mechanism that the ship's tech priests treat with the utmost reverence. I assume that whatever it is that you did, you must have activated certain processes and caused the Sentinel to awaken. But then, why did none of it happen when Lady Theodora did the same?
Nuts rated in, Torben. Navigator Sanctum. Very well. Will you lead the way?
Absolutely. Let us proceed. The Lord Captain is calling her crew to battle, which means the Vox networks are set up for broadcast transmission, not message exchange. Splendid. While the rogue trader inspires proper resolve to fight in her subjects, you and I shall prove that her trust in us is well deserved. Onward.
Going pretty good. We just started out our new play. We're doing the new class, the Blade Dancer, because we had the concept that we're playing a Psyker, who is a blade specialist. So melee combat, and we picked to go with Pyromancer. So because they had the ability to later on take a skill that enhances their weapons with fire damage. So every time they strike, they're doing flame fire damage, which then makes them burn. And you know, burn damage is fun. So yeah.
Tactical phase. Combat begins with the tactical phase, during which characters cannot attack or take other actions but may try to take up advantageous positions. Select a character by clicking LMB on their portrait at the top of the screen, then click LMB on the cell you want the character to move to. Red cells are areas inaccessible to the character. During the tactical phase, each character in the party may move up to their maximum movement points but cannot position themselves adjacent to an enemy. Press space to start the battle. Abilities. The combat abilities of characters differ depending on their archetype. Available abilities are located at the bottom right of the screen on the abilities panel. To read the full description of the ability, hover your cursor over its icon or click RMB on it. Click LMB on the icon to use the ability. Before the ability is used, you will get to review its estimated outcome while hovering your cursor over a character or an area of your choosing. You will also see the ability's area of effect, and each character in this area will have a number displayed over them denoting the probability of being successfully affected. If the ability's effect is guaranteed to work, the ability's icon is displayed instead of a number. When you are ready to use the ability, click LMB again to confirm your choice. During your adventures, your characters will gain new abilities and talents as their power grows. You can view the full list of abilities on the character abilities page. See.
All too, nothing of value has been lost.
Characters with melee weapons can make an attack of opportunity if an opponent in an adjacent cell initiates movement. It can also be triggered by some abilities. All characters with melee weapons, including members of your party, can make attacks of opportunity. The chance to hit and deal damage is calculated just like a normal attack.
Suits my purposes. You didn't stand a chance!
Oh, that is so beautiful. Oh, so we just don't want allies near
Fight
us when we
selflessly
trigger
and lower
that.
not your blooded arms till the last foe of humankind is slain.
Wow. Okay, that was beautiful. We just took out 3 people in one round. Just bam, bam, bam.
Chaos guides me.
You missed.
Abelard's abilities. Your new companion is a warrior. Abelard specializes in melee combat and drawing the enemy's attacks. Charge is a unique warrior ability that works only when they are using a melee weapon and is not considered an attack action. Use charge to close the distance between you and the enemy and deal damage. Click LMB on the ability's icon and choose a direction to charge in. If an enemy is in the direct path of charge, Abelard will attack them and will still be able to use an attack action afterward if he has not used one this turn. Note that charge can only be used if the character is 2 or more cells away from their target. This character is using a melee weapon. Melee attacks require the character to be adjacent to the enemy. To make a melee attack, click LMB on the strike ability, then on the enemy you wish to attack. Unlike single shots, melee attacks hit automatically with no need for a roll. The enemy will try to dodge and parry the attack if they are using a melee weapon of their own. Melee weapons can be used to make area attacks. All creatures in the area will suffer damage unless they succeed on a dodge test or a parry test if they are armed with a melee weapon. Damage dealt by melee weapons depends on the weapon's parameters and the attacker's strength score.
It will be done. Reduced to dust. One fewer tongue.
Not a problem. Suits my purpose. Opposing me was your biggest mistake.
Dude, I'm loving it.
Experience. You can advance the level of your character and companions. Prevailing in battles, exploring the Corunus Expanse, and completing quests earns you experience points. Once you have accumulated enough experience, your character gains a new level. Click on the arrow symbol on a character's portrait to open the level up screen. Each level gained offers your character's new progression options, which include new abilities, talents, skill improvements, and other enhancements. Your companions gain new levels at the same time as your character. Even if they are not included in the active party during your journeys, you can always increase their level later.
We basically made a 40k Gish character.
Collecting loot. Defeated enemies have no further need for their former belongings, but you can discover valuable trophies among them. Click LMB on a defeated enemy to inspect what is left of them. Items on the right side of the trophy collection window go to your inventory. Such items can be used or equipped by your characters. Items on the left are packed up as cargo and sent to your ship, which can later be used to trade with various fact irons. You can move trophies from one side of the window to the other by double-clicking LMB on them or by dragging them over using LMB. Alternatively, you can use the buttons at the bottom to mass transfer all items from cargo to your inventory and vice versa.
So I don't know. These are just basic swords, right? Yeah. And I think Abelard has a better sword than that, too. Yeah, because he has a chain sword. Yeah. Beautiful, chat. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. I'm loving the Blade Master aspect because, like, that's kind of what we're going for, is the kind of Gish style where we have magic for range, or not magic, but psyker abilities. And then in melee, we buff it up with some psych abilities and bring the pain with our blades. It's been going great. It's going great. I love it. Like that we just absolutely decimated them, killing 3 in one turn without a problem.
Here is a map of your void ship. It consists of several parts, between which you can travel. Some parts are not yet available, but over time your character will be able to access them. Click LMB on the active part of the void ship to move there.
The Navigator's Sanctum
Your
is
Lord
directly
Captain,
along
whose
the
house each of you
passageway.
swore to serve till your last
I pray
breath.
to the
May your
God
souls
Emperor
never
that we
lose
are
the
not
fervor
too
and
late.
fire that bolster your hatred for the enemies of the Imperium. Remember to advance the level of your character and their companions. They always receive new abilities and talents and improve their skills and characteristics. Click on the arrow symbol on a character's portrait to open the level up screen.
Yeah, I figured we'd try
Follow my
to
lead.
get this person before we do that.
And so, he will enter the halls of the blinded guide and witness the radiance of the final dawn through the cracks and fall victim to a whim of fate.
Master, watch your head. Idira, would it be too much to ask that you phrase your soothsayings plainly for once? That was too close.
Sorry, old man. The voices are so loud I can't even hear myself. They shriek, they sing, they... Oh, Abelard, how they sing!
This is Idira Tlas, personal psyker and diviner of Her Ladyship Theodora von Valencius.
I'm not drunk, old man. I'm suffering the effects of the warp that is seeping through these walls. I see the ship's fate. To die in the waves of the Immaterium, fall under the burning rays of the final dawn. And in the roaring blaze, I see a figure standing. Who is it? I have no answer.
The entity in your consciousness shrinks and crawls in deeper, its claws scraping against the walls of your mind, as if the presence is trying to hide from the seer standing before you.
Diviner, are you?
The voices from beyond the threshold whisper to me. Sometimes their murmurs are clear, they grant insight. Sometimes they drive me mad. But I am patient. I know how to listen and discern. But now, with this clamor around me, too many voices, too loud. And you, Von Valancius, are a sorcerer too, just like the other one. Lady Theodora must have grown so fond of psychers she wants one to replace her.
Officer's frequency. To all who can hear me, those with a weapon in their hands are to gather on the officer's deck at once. I repeat, gather on the officer's deck at once and prepare to launch a counterattack.
That's Ethelthrat. Oh, Emperor's Providence. The other heir lives as well. Quickly, we must head to...
Not so fast, old man. If we drown in the warp, Lady Theodora's heirs won't be any good to us. If Ethelthrat's like me and hasn't yet surrendered his mind or body to the mercy of the warp, then he can still hold on a little longer without us.
Blast it! You're right. First, we need to deal with what is happening here.
How do you know who I am?
What? You think Lady Theodora didn't ask me to peek into the darkness behind the backs of those she sees as her prospective heirs? I have seen you. I have seen the footsteps of your past and the wounds of your heart.
The seer's words dredge up something dark and frightening from the depths of your memory. Your soul has been tainted by the influence of warp sorcery, and it seems you will never be rid of it. You survived the brush with a warp phenomenon sometime in your distant past.
What are you doing here?
The whispers called me. The ones I could make out among all the screams and screeches. Those who are rocking this boat hit us where it hurt. They went after the navigator, our guide through the warp. Other whispers called me to the enginarium, but it was too late. I heard the cry of our master Cog, and the silence that followed.
Navigator. A sanctioned noble mutant whose genes allow them to safely guide a warp-capable void ship through the warp.
And if we don't get him, we all dead.
What? You don't mean the Enginseer Prime is...
Said, without a doubt. And the voices wail, heralding countless nightmares, cackling at each soul among the hundreds that are now joining the warp. The shriek from the Navigator's sanctum was louder than the rest. And it's better that we saved the Navigator than some lever puller from a cooling module or a cook from the middle decks.
You must see the Navigator as well.
Oh no. No. Nothing is well about him. Can't you feel the chill crawling on your skin? The eyes watching you? The warp ice has already encased the bulkheads. What follows is calamity. But we're not just going to stand here and take it, are we? The state of things in here suggests there's a navigator around. Maybe one who's crippled or at death's door, but still kicking. And since our skin hasn't peeled off our faces just yet, his third eye must be closed. At worst, it's a little roughed up. So what are we moping around for? Let's go protect that noble mutant while we're still alive.
Idira has joined your party, which now consists of several characters. To select one character, click LMB on their portrait. To select multiple characters, hold LMB and drag a box around them. To select the entire party and issue commands to all your characters at once, press backspace. A piece of pipe left a noticeable dent in the floor.
So she already leveled up. couldn't remember if you get to level her up or if she automatically levels up. So, yeah. That is a really good ability. Dodge and parry increased by 10%. It's great. Charge and brace for impact. That's the other thing we need to make sure we pay attention to, is what abilities they have, because we are going to need to do that. So let us level up. He has the option to choose a skill. Rouse, athletics, demolitions, decay.
Karas. This skill is affected by the toughness characteristic. It represents the ability to resist negative effects applied by some poisons, stimulators, or alcohol. May give access to new dialogue options. This skill is affected by the strength characteristic. It represents a character's ability to traverse difficult terrain, for example, to leap over collapsed sections of the deck or climb over slippery rocks. Coercion. This skill is affected by the fellowship characteristic. It represents a character's talent to manipulate other people through intimidation and reach their desired goals via threats and pressure during dialogue.
I think we need him to do athletics for us. I don't remember who else is going to have high strength. So we just get the one right now. All right. And we're not going to have that. We're going to have agility. Not going to have intelligence. Perception, not going to have as much as we would like. Toughness. Warp lore.
/4. Action points.
Yeah, look at that. Look at that. That's our guy. Master of the Blade. Enjoying a well-earned drink after defeating someone, right?
Hurry, destroy this gear. Don't keep our master waiting.
Victory awaits!
Beware the ire of the witch.
Show them mercy.
You can use the hologram to gauge the effectiveness of your intended actions in combat before taking them. Click LMB on any accessible cell on the battlefield to place the character's hologram there. Select an ability or a single-shot attack to see the expected outcome. The action will be displayed as if used from the hologram's location to let you assess whether you have picked an effective position for the action you are planning to take. The hologram also lets you see if the enemy will be within your line of sight after you move to the selected cell. Click LMB again to confirm your choice and execute the selected action. Click RMB anywhere on the battlefield or press the escape key to cancel it.
Draw strength from your unwavering faith and find courage in fulfilling your final duty. For showing weakness before his enemies is heresy.
Nothing I can't do. That was insulting. Suits my purposes.
Be careful. Companions can get hurt by your burst attacks or area attacks. To avoid friendly fire, keep an eye on the trajectory of the shots and the area of effective area attacks and melee burst attacks.
Out of my way!
At your beck and reduced to dust. It will be done.
Idira's abilities. Idira is a psyker and an operative. As an operative, she can study opponents and identify their weaknesses, and her psyker abilities allow her to deal damage to them. Analyze enemies is an operative ability which applies the exploit effect to all enemies within the operative's line of sight at the start of each of the operative's turns. The operative can also use this ability against a specific enemy to inflict several stacks of this effect. The higher the operative's intelligence bonus is, the more exploit stacks will be inflicted. Whenever the operative hits a target with an exploit applied to them, the attack deals additional damage. The amount of extra damage depends on the target's number of exploit stacks and the operative's perception. Expose weakness is an operative ability which they can use against a single enemy who is under the exploit effect. This ability reduces the enemy's dodge, parry, and armor. The amount of reduction depends on the number of active exploits on the enemy and the operative's perception. Idira is armed with a special staff that allows a psyker to unleash psychic powers against enemies. In the future, you will encounter states that only a psyker versed in a certain discipline can use. For example, you might find a staff that lets a psyker use Inferno, but to do so, they must first have the Pyromancy psychic discipline learned.
I know what is to come. Anything else?
Undaunted by enemies of humanity, for not one of them can prevail for the true servants of the Imperium, who are ready to give their lives for his anointed.
I'll pass.
Not my specialty. Nothing of value has been lost!
The creature in the chair appears as if it has become one with its throne. You see pink, parchment-like skin stretch between the seat and the limbs that have too many joints for a normal human being. The navigator is breathing heavily, the air whistling as it exits through the two dark gill-like slits on its cheeks. The creature's eyes are shut, the two ordinary eyes as well as the third one that sits in the center of its forehead.
I believe Master Vespider still lives. Well, the servants are dead. But the chamber, thank the Emperor, is still sealed from the warp. Well, we have a chance of leaving this place alive.
Adira, what is wrong with him?
Wounded. Exhausted. Fighting back the endless horrors of the warp that are forcing their way into his head. Pick one.
Your time is short.
Our time is short to do what?
Fall to your knees, mortals, and behold the final dawn.
Oh great, more Final Dawn crap.
It came from beyond! His body is not his!
Idira's scream is echoed by the silent cries in your head. The unseen creature triumphs at the sight of the navigator succumbing to the paroxysms of corruption.
Its march thunders under the burden of hopes. Unseal your hearts, and I will flood your souls with millions of words and meanings, each one a portent of salvation within me.
Run. Flee from this place while I still have the strength. I can contain the intrusion, but not for long. We must begin the translation. Leave the warp. But it can't be done without the Master Helmsman's help.
Who is it that torments you?
The Urge. Kneel before the ascent of a new champion. When the rite is complete, this shell will burst, and thousands of Moors will accept the sacrifice offered to the edge of daybreak by the bringer of twilight, the one marked by the will of the gods.
Abelard, navigator's alive and barely. What do we do now?
The ship can only begin the translation with the assistance of the Master Helmsman, if he is still alive. It is worth a try. We must get to the bridge, but we will need support. Our only option is to fight our way to the officer's deck and join forces with Edelthrad and his people. I believe we will also find Lady Theodora there. She must have heard the call to arms and the servo skull relayed to us earlier.
We shall see.
Vespidus, good luck. And thank you.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
The navigator appears dead. Only the slight movement of his chest and the twitching of his eyelids let you know that he is still clinging to life.
One-hand melee light. Forgot to loot. Never forget to loot.
In combat, a character may need to use different kinds of weapons, which can be prepared in advance. Open your inventory, and prepare different weapon sets. To switch to a different weapon set in combat, press X. Swapping weapon sets in combat does not cost action points. The Navigator's Sanctum is the private haven of the ship's guide through the war, and a death trap for anyone left inside after translation to the inventory.
Alright. So these are light, 5 to 7. 7 to 10 is definitely better. This is more armor pen.
I won't tolerate weakness.
Not sure if that was the best idea, but hey, it's alright.
The door does not budge. Clots of viscous flesh have entangled the metal, sealing the door shut.
Where are we supposed to go then? I thought that's the route we were supposed to go. Well, this way.
Press tab to highlight objects you can interact with.
Oh no!
Ship's as good as ours! It's all over for you!
I shall pity not your enemies. I shall heed not their pleas.
Somebody shoot this...
Shall betray not your tenets, nor stray one step from them. Take not your gaze from me. Leave me not without your grace.
I told you he would protect us.
My God, my light, my emperor.
The white-haired warrior turns to face you, her dark eyes blazing. The weapon quivers in her hands and, for a brief moment, it seems she is not going to stop and will instead continue eliminating every target she sees, starting with you.
Sister Argenta! Sister Argenta, it is a relief to see you. We require all the forces we can muster.
Your face, it is unfamiliar. Who are you?
I will be glad to introduce myself, if you would do so the same.
Allow me, Sister Argenta, Sacred Warrior of the Adeptus Sororitas. Sister, this is Master von Valancius, a member of the Rogue Traders House.
Adeptus Sororities, the devout warriors who serve as the militant arm of the Adeptus Ministorum.
The hour is dark and daunting. The ship abounds with corruption. The faces of friends are twisted by sneers of heresy. The eyes of comrades ignite with the archenemy's hunger. I will do what I must to halt the advance of the dark forces. But in these dire moments, little can be trusted. So I must know, why are you here?
Chaos, a malign metaphysical force composed of psychic energy that exists in an alternate dimension known as the War.
Sister, I beg of you. Now is not the time for interrogations. The ship is under attack by heretics. We've been betrayed by our esteemed Master of Whispers. Edelstrad the Heir is waiting for our aid, and Lord Captain Theodora is expecting a report on our success. We are here to deal with the situation, so I suggest we all do just that.
Seneschal is right. No time for talk. It's time for action.
Very well. We may leave it at that. For now. I cannot wait to rain righteous fire down upon each and every heretic!
What is it that Adeptus Sororitas is doing on a rogue trader ship? The Order serves the Ecclesiarchy, do they not?
Sister Argenta is a guest of the Lord Captain. And that story deserves its own time and conversation. Under more appropriate circumstances.
Enough idle chatter. I am where I must be, and that will suffice.
We must get to the main hall of the deck.
Through this door. I shall join you, for it is my duty to the God Emperor to destroy this heresy.
We will follow. For now, we will hold off any heretics who might try to crawl in through the cracks to join the main assault. And we'll take a look at the generators while we're at it. Those villains made a mess of the cables. Oh, I wish we had a Tectomap with us. But we'll see what we can do without one.
Good to hear it. Sister?
Ready. May Terra's light illuminate our path through fire and darkness.
The door is closed, but the lock looks intact. It can probably be opened with the right tool.
Ooh. Oh, wow.
Equipping weapons. You have received a new, more efficient weapon for your character. To upgrade your equipment, open the inventory. You can either hold LMB and drag the new item to a weapon slot or double-click LMB on the item's icon. You will find and purchase new equipment often on your travels, so do not forget to update your character's equipment in order to make them more powerful.
Undaunted by enemies of humanity, for not one of them can prevail over true servants of the Imperium who are ready to give their lives for his anointed.
The generators hum softly. When you draw closer, your skin begins to tingle from static discharges. The explosion blasted a hole through the door large enough for a person to get through.
None shall stand in my way.
The door will not move an inch. It is blocked.
Your doom has been foretold.
Your Emperor won't save you!
something of interest.
Chaos guides me.
Excuse me. Sorry about that.
Non-believers.
Well, apparently they're just gonna mess it all up on me.
Out of my way.
Undaunted by enemies of humanity, for not one of them can prevail over true servants of the Imperium who are ready to give their lives for his anointed.
On it. What an unfortunate turn of fate. I'm not so sure. Not this Scryer's job. Will do. Was that you? Or...
Types of cover. Full and partial covers give you the opportunity to avoid enemy attacks. Full cover, indicated by a skull on the shield, reduces the chance to be hit by 60%. Partial cover reduces it by 35%. At the same time, the chance to hit a character behind cover may vary depending on the difficulty of the game you choose. Some cover can be destroyed by melee attacks, area attacks, and other abilities. Destructible cover has a durability bar above it. Single shot can penetrate through any cover.
There we go. Had to take care of that. It's something we're dealing with. That is grateful.
Suits my purposes. Opposing me was your biggest mistake.
If I go here... I can't die.
Absolutely not. I'll pass. Nothing
fine,
I
do that.
can't do.
Aww. Need one more.
Argenta's abilities. Argenta is the warrior of the Adeptus Sororitas and a soldier. She is an expert with burst-ranged weapons and weapons that deal damage in an area. Another of Argenta's strengths is her mobility in combat. Run and gun is a unique soldier ability. Using it grants the soldier extra movement points and reduces the cost of their next attack by 1 action point. The soldier will also suffer a 10 penalty to their ballistic skill for this attack. Run and gun also allows the soldier to perform an additional attack with a ranged weapon, which is a handy tool if you want to make more than one attack with them on their turn. Revel in Slaughter is a soldier ability which can be used once for each 3 enemies the soldier kills in a single battle. Each activation of this ability increases the soldier's ballistic skill, critical hit chance, and critical damage. This effect stacks and lasts until the end of combat. Certain types of weapons let you make burst attacks. Unlike single shots, burst fire requires you to select a direction rather than a specific target. Burst attacks are particularly effective against clusters of enemies. When performing a burst attack, the character fires several successive shots in different directions. Most of these shots are concentrated in the center of the selected attack cone. Therefore, the more enemies there are in the center of this area, the more of them will be damaged if the attack is successful. All shots fired after the first one are less accurate and have a higher chance of deviating from the central trajectory. Be careful, burst fire shots can hit allies if they are standing in the direction of the attack.
I'm gonna have to go refill coffee here in a moment. I ran out. We all know coffee's important.
Faith without deed can escape the Emperor's judgment.
Oh, great.
I'll do it. Doubt is for the weak.
I serve the ruinous powers.
Your character has just missed. To increase hit chance, equip your character with a decent weapon and place them on a vantage point. Abilities and talents that improve the weapon skill characteristic will help you hit more often in close combat. For improved marksmanship, learn talents that increase the perception and ballistic skill characteristic.
Yep. Wait.
As the Emperor commands, I act.
Fast work. Failed degradation. I got the two sides confused.
I will do like you want, viewer target. It will be done.
I serve the ruinous powers!
I bring ruin.
Ooh, she got him.
But of course,
There's no way you didn't stand a chance.
I love that. I love that move so much. I forgot to change the weapon. Ah!
Chaos guides me.
such is the will of
Get a
chaos.
better weapon.
Who yield or falter in their courage will be executed in disgrace as traitors to this house and abettors of the enemies of humanity. Cast aside your doubts, for they are an open door to the curse.
Faith without deeds is worthless.
Victory is imminent. It will be done.
What an unfortunate turn
Yeah.
of fate.
That felt good, didn't it?
On it.
No! I accidentally skipped my turn. I did not mean to do that.
As the Emperor commands, I act. Guided by faith. I'll do it. Each stroke is a prayer.
There we go. I don't need that many. These are just swords.
Fight selflessly and lower not your blooded arms till the last foe of humankind is slain.
Ooh.
It's about time.
Titles and authors are printed in gold on the spines of the books. The library contains works on Imperium theology, lore codices, biographical sketches, and chronicles of the greatest military conflicts of the Corynus Expanse and the Calixis sector. An exact replica of the von Valancius void ship sits on the pedestal. Labels indicate the main compartments and decks of the vessel.
Nice.
The cozy seating area is completely destroyed. Pieces of furniture and splinters are scattered everywhere, and dark stains cover the floor and
I'll
upholstery.
lay claim to the stars.
Such a nice area would be sullied by such insignificant fools.
The cogitator is silent. It seems that its machine spirit is no longer being powered by the motive force. To open a jammed door, click on the icon. The character with the highest tech use will make the skill test. If this test fails, the door will remain closed. A particularly bad result of a tech use test can cause the door to become permanently stuck and impossible to open. D100 system. Your character is about to make a tech-use skill test. In dialogue and during exploration, you will often make various skill tests, and their result might determine how successful your character's efforts are. Make hidden dialogue options appear, or reveal new information. The success of the test is determined by rolling a 100-sided die. Each skill test has a difficulty of up to 100, including negative values. To succeed, you must roll a value equal to or less than the sum of both the stated difficulty and the value of the skill used for the test. For example, you are attempting a test with difficulty of 10. Your character's tech-use skill score is 40. 40-10 equals 30. Therefore, to succeed on the tech-use skill test, you must roll a 30 or less. Any result above 30 will mean failure. Note that difficulty is calculated from greater to lower values. The greater the difficulty value, the easier it is to pass the test. It is easier to succeed on a difficulty 40 test than on a difficulty 10 test. The higher a character's skill score, the easier it is for them to succeed on tests. Skill scores depend on the character's respective characteristic scores, skill advancements on level ups, and any bonuses the character's equipment might offer. To succeed on various tests during gameplay, develop different skills for your character and their companions.
Yeah. +3 tech use. That's cool.
Follow my lead!
Ooh. Okay, demolition skill 3.
Duty prevails.
I won't tolerate weakness.
A fallen STELE has blocked the path to the lifts. You will have to look for another way to Edelfrad.
Who thought that was a good idea?
The Whispers told me how.
None shall stand in my way.
Undaunted by enemies of humanity, for not one of them can prevail over true servants of the Imperium who are ready to give their lives for his anointed.
Remember to advance the level of your character and their companions. They always receive new abilities and talents and improve their skills and characteristics. Click on the arrow symbol on a character's portrait to open the level up screen. The benches and even the cogitator, torn from its proper place, are stacked in a rough semblance of a barricade.
Alright. My throat is still getting to me. I don't know why, other than the fact that allergens here have been absolutely stupid and insane. So I'm going to run and grab coffee and we're going to continue. I do sorry for having to pause again, but better than me going constantly in your ears. So give me just most 5 minutes and I'll be right back. Yeah, look at that. Not even 5 minutes. All right.
The Blade Dancer leaps into the air and lands on the selected cell. Upon landing, they deal 8 damage to all adjacent enemies. This leap can be made to any unoccupied cell within a 3-cell radius in the Blade Dancer's line of sight. This movement does not provoke attacks of opportunity. The Blade Dancer cannot jump to a cell that is inaccessible in combat. This ability can be used multiple times per turn, but each use requires a charge to be spent. The Blade Dancer gains +1 charge of this ability each time they kill a target, excluding kills made with death from above. This ability can only be used with a sword equipped.
Are you kidding me? That ability's crazy.
Until the warrior's next turn, all incoming damage is reduced by 2, and the warrior gains +10 temporary wounds.
Like, that is survivability. Like, he is the survivor. We're the striker.
The operative removes all exploits from the target, decreasing the target's dodge, parry, and armor by 15 plus exploits removed 1% until the start of the operative's next turn. If this ability reduces the target's armor to 0, the operative removes only half of the exploits from the target.
Wow.
The soldier immediately removes the winded effect. Until the end of combat, the soldier gains the following bonuses: +10 ballistic skill, +15% critical damage, +5% critical hit chance. This ability becomes available after the soldier kills 3 enemies. The kill counter is not reset between rounds.
Still, wow.
Victory away.
Death from above.
I can't see.
The roar of the flames rings in your ears, and the choking smoke makes you cough and gasp for air. You instinctively recoil from the scorching heat, wiping your face. A moment later, a hazy silhouette forms in the raging wall of fire. You are surrounded by ear-splitting noise and screaming, yet you distinctly hear the sound of footsteps, and then you see the figure walk out of the fire toward you. It is Theodora von Valancius.
Are you lost, my heir?
Nope, that's not her.
An apparition. A sorceress. Apparition. Trickery of the warp.
Sister, you will lower your weapon. Threatening the Lord Captain is outrageous.
I am a
How did you get here?
trader. I am wherever my will demands me to be. Would you prefer to be elsewhere at this time? Indubitably. But are you ready? I can lead you out of these flames, show you a path, rid you of pain, and give you a weapon so that you may defeat your enemies. Decide.
Your mouth begins to salivate. Each word Theodora speaks is like music to your ears. The entity that now dwells in the deepest recesses of your mind is pleading, begging, demanding that you give her an immediate answer, and that answer can be nothing other than acceptance.
Do not listen to this abomination. If there is naught but his light in your heart, if you are resolute in your faith, then step into the flames. The Emperor protects. His faithful will not be deterred by either darkness or deceitful promises. Nor will the fire burn those who carry the torch of faith in their soul.
To the void with you. We need to follow Lady Theodora before we suffocate in this furnace.
The people! The survivors from the middle decks! We must help the crew! Lead them out! Find a way around!
Then we'll miss our chance to meet up with Elo. What are we waiting for?
Sometimes your character will have to make tough decisions based on their values, interests, and goals. Such decisions affect their convictions. This can develop in 3 directions: dogmatic, iconoclast, heretical. Each includes 5 ranks. The higher the rank, the more zealously the character follows their convictions, and the more noticeably the world around them reacts to their actions and decisions. Promotion through the ranks of each of the 3 directions opens up access to new dialogue lines, events, unique abilities, and also changes the attitude of others toward your character. Also, some items can only be equipped by characters with certain convictions. When one of the conviction branches reaches rank 3, Voter, it becomes the character's main focus. When that happens, the other 2 conviction branches cannot be raised above rank 2, Adherent. Your character's allies have convictions of their own, as well.
Alright, chair. Right up there. Vote. Which way you want us to go? Walk through the fire. The Emperor will guide the righteous on our path. Dogmatic. Accept the offer. Take my pain away and give me power. Heretical. Get the people off the bridge. I will not leave my people in harm's way. Iconoclast. Vote now. Well, it is your decision, chat. What shall transpire? Must choose our way forward. But only a minute left, chat. What option do you want us to go for? It is the time to make a decision on the future that we shall have. As you noticed, Argenta, Dogmatic, Idira, Heretical, and Abelard, Iconoclast. Which route do we want to go? Which husband do you want to be the path we take? I'm gonna quickly check something. There was some new portraits I had for them, so I'm just quickly checking that while we let the voting finish, because I wanted to see what exactly the difference is. Okay. Trying to remember where it was. That is a problem. My brain's not recalling exactly where it was put. actually needed a save game editor to change the image. I'm trying to remember where we put that as well. Just because I was trying to remember, just in case we decide to go ahead and update the image. Because there are some enhanced images that someone made for looks. But now my brain's not recalling where that was located. That's alright. Alright, so voting. Okay. We did just save it, right? I want to see what this actually does. Take away my pain and give me power.
You offer Theodora your hand, and the air around you seems to tighten, becoming thick and viscous, enveloping you and your companions in an impenetrable veil. Theodora smiles at you. Her radiant, piercing blue eyes suddenly remind you of Voidless.
I will show you the way. Go on.
What'd that do? I might load. What?
It's about time.
What? What is this place?
Corrupted Inferno Pistol. Increases wielder's coercion by 10.
My mind is clouded with darkness. Emperor, lay your hand upon our brows and guard
You
us
have found
against
an
the
item that can
morass
only
of
be equipped
heresy.
by characters of a certain conviction rank. You can open the character menu to see which conviction your character follows. Note that both your character and their companions have their own convictions. You can check what conviction a character adheres to on the Convictions tab in the character menu. See, convictions change in direction and rank based on how the game's story develops and during important plot decisions.
I don't see that it says it requires a certain conviction to use. I mean, it says it's that. It's a pretty decent weapon.
Numerous valuables and trophies are carelessly dumped into a single pile. It seems whoever put them here did not give these items any serious thought.
A new challenge for me?
Oh. Well, that's a problem. I want to quickly jump back there. I want to see if we get a different reward for the other ones or we just don't get the reward. Because that one gave us a pistol and some trade goods.
I'm just curious for science, what we get for the others.
For science!
sister. You will lower your...
Your mouth begins to sound.
Then we'll miss our chance to meet up with Elo.
Thousands of needles pierce your consciousness but are powerless to stop you. You take a step forward, and the illusion breaks. A wave of excruciating pain crashes over you, and Theodora's voice fades into the firestorm. You hear the voices of your companions calling you from behind, and the screams of the weak dying in the inescapable blaze. The blinding inferno, the harrowing pyre, the all-consuming storm releases you as you step out, barely able to stay on your feet. The blood is pounding in your ears, drowning out the world around you. Your eyes, caked in soot and burnt eyelashes, refuse to open. Free from the flames, the rush of blood in your temples and the horrible pain all over your scorched body cloud your mind, before suddenly retreating, as if driven away by some mighty will. A new strength spreads throughout your veins, and despite the wounds, your body is once more ready for trials and struggle. You open your eyes and see, aglow with warm light before you, the Aquila, the sacred symbol of the Imperium. In the next moment, you are struck with another realization. The repulsive presence, the one that has plagued your mind since Voipa wounded you, is gone. The fire seems to have burned the entity away without a trace.
Master, can you hear me? Oh, you're alive. Which is more than I was expecting after what you just did.
Praise the Emperor! We passed through the flames! How can this be anything but a portent? For so it is said, that the Emperor will bless the worthiest and most steadfast in their faith.
Behind Argenta, you see Idira Tlas doubled over in a fit of nausea. The rest of the people who were following you have withered away in the fire that continues to rage mere 2 steps away from you.
You see the Aquila was still glowing.
You're delirious. Whatever it is you think you are seeing.
What happened to Lady Theodora?
There was no Theodora, witch. There was an illusion, a temptation, a foul taint.
Is that right, Adepta Sanctimonious? What, we'll just pretend like we didn't see the Lord Captain standing there in the fire? Abelard, you tell her!
Whatever it was, it matters no longer. Your conduct is bordering on madness, or holiness. A path opened behind you, where one moment there was fire, the next only smoldering embers remain. But what am I saying? My eyes must have deceived me. Too much smoke for my lungs.
The wounds are merely a sign of a trial laudably passed. It is something to be proud of, the same as decorations or badges of honor.
No elemental power over the witches.
Even if you were anticipating another wave of pain, it does not come. Your muscles feel strong, and your limbs obey you without fail. And yet, deep inside, somewhere next to your heart and stomach, you feel a certain tension akin to that of a taut string. You are at your limit. Be it adrenaline or the strength of your faith, it will not carry you much farther.
Did my eyes deceive me? I could swear that I just witnessed you step out of a pillar of fire with the rest following in your wake.
Hurry to join forces. Time to push the heretics back.
Indeed it is. Your wounds.
Yes.
Edelbrad does not seem to have changed since you first met, but only at first glance. His face has taken on a strange hue, the skin at his temples appears scaled, and his voice now has an uncanny screeching quality. These are not traces of fatigue and stress. The Psyker's body has begun to mutate, a consequence of contact with the war.
You're not in the best shape yourself, Ethelred.
Notice noticed the signs of my blessing, have you? Yes, the warp is taking its toll. But I'm still sane and able to hold my weapon. I'll fight for the Von Valancius bloodline to the end. And if the price is the eternal curse of mutation, so be it.
My faith keeps me upright with weapon in hand. That is all that matters.
Pray, forgive my insistence. I shall not be the one to doubt the faith of he who has passed the trial by fire. I have gathered everyone who answered the Vox call and was able to hold a weapon. Yet I do not see the Lord Captain or her arch-militant in our midst. We are still receiving messages in her voice, but she is not responding to direct requests. I last saw Lady Theodora on the observation platform. When did you and she part ways?
It was at this very elevator, Master Edelthrad. The Lord Captain, accompanied by the Arch-Militant, headed to her chambers to retrieve an item of particular import. After that, all we heard from her were Vox broadcasts.
This is troubling, and the timing is inopportune. I am still receiving fragmentary reports from the breach. Kunrad Voigtvir was spotted there, and even what scant intelligence on his activities I have reminds me of descriptions of sorcerous rituals. If that traitor has resorted to witchcraft, we must stop him at once.
We can assault the bridge.
No, you most certainly are not. You can barely stand upright after what happened. It is best that we go to retrieve Lady Theodora and let Edelthrad commence the attack on Voigtvir.
Very well.
A reasonable approach. Take your escort with you. You may be waylaid. Once you have found the Lord Captain, you must beg her to go to the bridge and lead the counterattack. The rogue trader's appearance is sure to fill the defenders' hearts with hope, however frightened or exhausted they may be. Until next we meet, may the Emperor bless your deeds. I shall see you on the field of battle.
So we don't get that. We don't get the pistol, Inferno pistol, and we don't get the other items that were mentioned, that we got last time.
The generators hum softly. When you draw closer, your skin begins to tingle from static discharges.
That's where we're supposed to go.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
A massive podium rises above the gap in the main temple, a bold architectural decision that could turn into a disaster with a well-placed shot.
Alright, well, apparently we are suffering injuries.
None shall stand in my way.
Attention to detail is the key to success. We should deal with this.
This clearly does not serve as a stateroom. The generators, machines, and crude wall paneling indicate that it is a maintenance module room rather than an area for receiving guests. Plasma conduits blaze with energy capable of powering a vast void ship.
Victory awaits!
Yeah, we'll go with that one. Why not? We can have a little dogmatic. If we're a pistol wielder, we might go the other route. Evil Theodora Ansius.
It's about time.
So it's a secret area there that you only get with that route. Wonder if you can open it another way and get in there. Because that's where we came out, was that.
A bizarre fragment hung on a trophy board. The light, smooth surface of the object is dotted with dark spots and crumbling holes. The parlor organ seems to have been sitting idle for many years. You have found an item that can only be equipped by characters of a certain conviction rank. You can open the character menu to see which conviction your character follows. Note that both your character and their companions have their own convictions. You can check what conviction a character adheres to on the Convictions tab in the character menu. See, convictions change in direction and rank based on how the game's story develops and during important plot decisions.
Let's see how that works. Who uses tech use most? Don't remember who's our primary tech use. Is there a way I can... Not really. Okay. So, 30. Everyone's 30. Okay, who has int? 30. 30. Great. So everyone's equally not great. Logic. Commerce and Lore Imperium. 25, 25, 40, 30. % armor. And this does... Oh, it grants wearer immunity to enemy critical hits for first 3 rounds. Is there a way to say don't display helmets? Helmet's kind of weird looking. Does that mean it always does 2 bleeding damage? Would that be 7 to 9 from the axe?
What advice do you seek? This wound will make a fine scar.
Back into the fray.
You didn't get rid of the old entry, which is really the one I was hoping you'd get rid of.
The murder scene looks like something caught the victims. Theodora von Valancius's body is sprawled on the large, blood-drenched desk. The arch-militant's corpse, still clutching a weapon, is slumped against one of the bulkheads.
Emperor, accept thy faithful souls.
No! Lord Captain, I didn't hear a thing. Not a whisper, not a breath. It was so loud. Why didn't I foresee this?
Lord Captain, who would even dare? Unless that rat, Voidsphere.
I doubted it was Voidgear. He wished to humiliate her and make suffering upon her, not swift death.
It could have happened in the heat of battle. Not to mention that Mort was here, and he would have protected Lady Theodora to the last.
Agreed.
How could Mort have failed her so terribly? The Arch-Militant was born on a death world. He had lightning-fast reflexes.
I can look at things in my own way. If you find something that might bear the imprint of the killer, just give it to me, and I'll try to see what secrets it holds.
An auto-pistol shot went straight through Mort's forehead, spraying the floor and the furniture around with blood, brain matter, and shards of his skull. The safety on the Arch-Militant's weapon is off. The killer must have been a split second quicker than he.
Oh, auto. She had an auto pistol. I guess auto pistols are fairly common.
You lean closer to the body. The cause of death is apparent. What ended the rogue trader's life was an auto-pistol shot, an extraordinarily accurate one. That. Theodora's face bears an expression of surprise, the last emotion she experienced in life. Something on the floor catches your eye, a heap of blood-spattered parchments and scrolls that must have fallen off the desk. As you lean down for a closer look, you notice something else, small shards of glass scattered on the floor. Reports, accounts, dispatches. You go over the scrolls until you stumble upon a document that is starkly different from the rest. It is a handwritten letter signed with the initials XC and a seal with a symbol that is vaguely familiar to you. Esteemed Theodora, a change in circumstances has demanded your immediate assistance in our mutual cause. Forthwith upon receiving this letter and performing the necessary preparations of the crew, you are to depart for the Rikard system. One of my acolytes, Interrogator Heinrich van Kallax, operates there at the present time. Upon your arrival in the system, you will, without delay, make contact with him and offer any assistance required of you, after which you will provide him passage to the Fuhrer, the system aboard your ship. On footfall, the Interrogator will remove himself from your presence to await further instructions. Anticipating any questions you may have, I will stress that the nature of Interrogator van Kallax's activities on Rikard Minoris is of no concern to you. If required, Van Kallax himself will disclose the details of his mission. May the Emperor's light be with you. XC. And sends a shiver down your spine. The author of this letter addressed to Theodora von Valancius signed it with the seal of one of the holy orders of the Emperor's Inquisition, the secret police of the Imperium that relentlessly hunts heretics, Xenos, and other enemies of humanity. The secret organization tasked with hunting down the myriad threats to the stability of the Imperium and all mankind. Imperium of Man. The galaxy-spanning interstellar human empire ruled by the living god who is known as the Emperor of Mankind. It is difficult to say what exactly was broken. The object fell on the floor, and that is as much as you can ascertain. Upon closer examination, the shards appear iridescent rather than completely transparent, as if they had been submerged in Prometheum. Prometheum, a broad term for combustible fuel in the Imperium of Man.
There we go. Adira, could you check Lady Theodora? Maybe you can see what came of her.
It doesn't work like that. I can try to read the memories of objects, but dead bodies are a different story. Something like that would require her soul. And after what we saw on the officer's deck, I won't risk searching for it in a warp.
What about these shards, then?
I see streaks of color, luminescence, blue lights, faces drawing closer. Lady Theodora and Conrad and what is that? Ah! Something dark, enormous. Oh, this glass thing was something foul, that's for sure.
Tainted witchcraft.
We better be on our way.
Yes, the crucible of battle calls to me once more.
No, wait! We must see if we can find anything.
Idira, you can't bring her back. Let her go.
You'd give up so easily, old man? I expected as much from the sister. It's not like she has a heart. But you? Oh no. I'll get to the bottom of this. I'll find the one responsible for murdering the Lord Captain. And when I do, that scum will regret the day they were born.
I mean, we didn't say we're not going to, do so.
The murder scene looks like something caught the victims by surprise. No one had time to react to what was happening.
With fire and vigor, our Emperor, imbue us!
The Masters demand your death!
Light and medium armor. Armor protects the character from incoming damage. Light and medium armor types are both available to you at the moment. The armor stat indicates what % of incoming damage from an enemy attack it can absorb. The type of armor also influences the chances that the character wearing it will pass a dodge test. The higher the dodge penalty, the lower the chance to dodge an enemy attack. A character in light armor dodges attacks more often, but takes more damage when hit. Medium armor absorbs more damage if the character is hit, but reduces their mobility and ability to dodge attacks. Some talents allow characters to use different types of armor more effectively. You have obtained heavy armor. Unlike light and medium armor, heavy armor provides the ability to deflect damage. Deflection is a unique heavy armor stat that reduces damage taken by a specified flat amount. Heavy armor has a higher armor rating than medium and light armor, but also usually has a higher dodge penalty, making it harder to dodge an enemy attack while wearing it. Only characters with the heavy armor proficiency talent can wear heavy armor.
I got heavy armor? I don't see any heavy armor.
I will do my duty. I took care of this one.
What? I thought it was both.
Indeed.
Suits my purpose. Nothing I can't do. Nothing of value has been lost. Suits my purpose. All too easy. Opposing me was your biggest mistake.
I mean, that was just insane. Did you guys see that? That is absolutely insane. I mean, I love it, don't get me wrong. But that was insane.
You will encounter enemies with various abilities and features. An icon next to an enemy's portrait indicates that they are under the influence of some kind of effect. Click RMB on the effects icon to see more details. If you wish to learn more about an enemy, click RMB on their portrait or the enemy themselves.
The Emperor's judgment. Doubt is for the weak.
Will do. Was that you? Or...
Oh yeah, dodged and 1 point of damage. That was beautiful.
You can gain a better understanding of what transpired in combat by checking the combat log. All actions performed by your character, their companions, and enemies are recorded in the combat log in the bottom right corner of the screen. Click RMB on an event or an action to learn more about it.
It will be done. At your beck and call.
Not a problem for me. Nothing I can't. There's nowhere to hide.
Wow, he's almost dead.
Faith without deeds is worthless.
Worse.
Will do.
Be gone.
There we go. Man. This class just shreds.
A new challenge for me.
Like, just shreds the enemy. If int is less than 35. Yeah.
I won't tolerate weakness.
Oh, we should level up. Oh well, I forgot to hit the level up button. Oh, now we get to pick Death Waltz. Blade Dancer uses... Oh.
The Blade Dancer uses death from above against a target enemy without spending a charge, immediately making a melee attack against that enemy. The Blade Dancer repeats this combination up to 3 times against random available targets. If it is impossible to use death from above, the Blade Dancer only makes a melee attack against a random available target, can be the same enemy.
Wow! That's brutal.
Death Waltz.
This is just an ability we get. How often can we use it? I don't see like a... Can use it 10 times, 1 time what? Oh no, so many choices. Oh man. Oh, wow. So they can actually use... I did not realize that skill. Wow. Can use it as if having Medicae skill and use weapon skill instead of intelligence. And they deal 5 plus Medicae divided by, or Medicae divided by 10 plus 5% crit damage. We don't have a lot of Medicae skill, but we will because of the weapon skill. Wow, that's deadly. Wow. Oh wow. Any Blade Dancer attacks made with a sword deal agility bonus damage. We absolutely need to do that. Because we're doing a lot of that. Like all of these. I want all of these, chat. Maximum wounds go up. Wow. Blade Dancer's melee area attacks cost 1 less AP. That's massive too. Wow, we need Veil of Blades too, apparently. Wow. Blade Dancer kills an enemy, the Blood Dancer's resolve goes up. That's big. Dude, they're absolutely dual wield. Look at this. Another one that says you get a nice bonus if you have 2 blades. Weapon skill? You know, your ability to attack increases by your agility bonus if you have 2 blades. Wow. Duelist get 5 plus weapon skill percent damage. Weapon skill bonus plus 5. That much percent increase to your damage. Three weapon skill and 3 agility for every injury they're currently suffering. Okay. From above deals double damage to enemies that have less than 50. Wow. Wow. What exactly do they count as wounds?
Wounds are a measurement of how much punishment a character can take before suffering debilitating effects and ultimately, death. Every character has a specified number of wounds. A character can often increase their wounds by spending experience points and improving their characteristics, such as toughness, or gaining new talents and abilities.
Wow. That's big.
As long as the Blade Dancer has less than 50% wounds, they gain plus 12% dodge and plus 3 MP. The Blade Dancer also gains plus 8% dodge and plus 2 MP for every unconscious ally in combat. Whenever the Blade Dancer parries an attack, the number of attacks made by the next Blade Dance is increased by plus 1. This effect stacks up to AGI bonus times.
That's huge.
After the Blade Dancer loses any number of wounds, their next attack deals plus 9% more damage. If that loss causes the Blade Dancer to suffer an injury or trauma, the bonus damage increases to plus 18%. Death World characters gain plus 15% critical hit chance against targets with the bleeding effect or with 50% or less of their maximum wounds. Death World characters suffer 4 less damage from fire, toxic damage, and bleeding effects.
I mean, that's good.
Once per combat, when a Death World character suffers the stunned, blinded, or immobilized effect, this effect is ignored, and they instead gain plus 20% of their maximum wounds as temporary wounds. Death World characters gain plus 10% to critical hit chance for axes, hammers, and last weapons. Every injury increases the Death World character's agility and willpower by plus 5. Every trauma counts as 3 injuries.
Wow. We're already talking about that we're going to have injuries or wounds. What's the difference between wounds and injuries is the other thing? Because these were saying wounds, and that's saying injuries. Injuries will become traumas. Okay.
Injuries. After falling into a trap or receiving damage that exceeds 50% of their total wounds within one round, a character will receive a fresh injury. The exact percentage of wounds a character must lose for this to happen may vary depending on the difficulty of the game you choose. Injuries reduce a character's resolve. If the fresh injury is not healed within 3 rounds using a medikit, it will turn into an old injury. You can also get rid of the old injury with a medikit. However, healing will require an additional medici skill test. All injuries reduce a character's stats, and if 3 or more injuries accumulate, they turn into traumas. The number of injuries that cause trauma may vary depending on the difficulty of the game you choose. Blade of Light. Force weapon attacks deal +1 more damage and have +5% more armor penetration.
When we get a force weapon, we absolutely want that.
Enforce Reality. Usage of a heroic act by the Psyker decreases veil degradation by 2. Inscribed Soul. The Psyker gains the Inscribed Soul ability. It costs no app but deals direct damage to the Psyker equal to 25% of the Psyker's maximum wounds. The next psychic power used after this ability will not trigger psychic phenomena or perils of the warp and will not degrade the veil.
Don't know that I like that.
Obscured Threat. While the Psyker is not in the target's line of sight, or the Psyker is in cover, all resistance tests of the target suffer a 4 penalty. Whenever the Psyker uses a damaging psychic power on targets that are 6 cells or farther from the Psyker, the targets suffer an additional +3 damage. Each level of PSY rating provides the Psyker access to new psychic powers. It also strengthens damaging psychic powers. Character level required. 9. Sacred Rituals. Psychic powers have a 25% chance to regain AP spent on psychic powers when veil degradation is 10 or lower.
That's good.
Second Sight. The Psyker's psychic powers that have a range of 2 cells or more have their range increased by +3.
That's not bad.
Stabilizing Fact. The first psychic power used each turn increases veil degradation by 2 points less. If this talent reduces the effect on veil degradation to less than 0, veil degradation is instead decreased by 1.
I mean, that's not bad.
Still Mind. The Psyker's resolve is increased by +2 while veil degradation is 10 or lower. Subtle Manipulate. The Psyker can use a damaging psychic power while being threatened by enemies in melee range without provoking attacks of opportunity. Non-damaging psychic powers do not provoke attacks of opportunity even without this talent. Whenever a psychic power used by the Psyker deals damage, a random enemy within 2 cells from the initial target suffers half of this damage. That damage does not trigger this talent again. Blazing Inferno. The Psyker's critical hit chance increases by +1% until the end of combat every time the Psyker deals damage by any means.
I mean, that works really well with our Blade Dancer. Think about that. That means each turn we're going to get 4% at least. 4% increase, probably 5% increase per turn to crit chance. That's definitely a consideration.
The Psyker's critical hit chance increases by +1% until the end of combat every time the Psyker deals damage by any means. Body of Flames. The Psyker gains +8% additional armor against fire damage and half this amount as additional armor against energy damage from Las, Melter, and Plasma weapons.
That actually fits what we just went through some.
Burning Blood. When the Psyker uses a psychic power, all enemies adjacent to the Psyker suffer 0 direct damage. The same also happens when the Psyker suffers damage from burning, bleeding, or melee attacks. Fire Within. Every time the Psyker kills or scores a critical hit against 8 creatures in one combat, the Psyker's next attack, including attacking psychic powers, will cost 0 AP and will not count toward the attack limit per turn.
That's pretty awesome too. Don't think we have any abilities that can do quite that much yet.
Melting Armor. Every time an enemy suffers damage from the Psyker, that enemy's armor is reduced by 5%. If the enemy's armor is already 0, their deflection is reduced by 1 instead.
Oh no. No, 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 no. Did you listen to this? Doesn't say psychic abilities, okay? So think about this.
Every time an enemy suffers damage from the Psyker, that enemy's armor is reduced by 5%. If the enemy's armor is already 0, their deflection is reduced by 1 instead.
That works like it says. That means every blade hit reduces the enemy's armor by 5%. That is crazy.
Relentless Blaze. When the Psyker is burning, the Psyker's PSY rating is increased by +1, and the Psyker's resolve is increased by +2. Damage from fire no longer reduces the Psyker's momentum.
That's a good one.
Sparks of the Greater Flame. All damage over time effects applied by the Psyker gain a 5% critical hit chance. This chance is increased by all bonuses to critical hit chance.
Oh wow, that would be nice. That would be very nice. Wow. I don't need chain weapon or bolter weapon or breakpoint. I need force weapons.
Combat Master. Enemies gain no melee superiority bonuses against this character. Dual Weapon Combat. The character can attack with the second weapon in their current weapon set in addition to the usual 1 attack per round. This attack suffers a 20 penalty to weapon skill and ballistic skill and costs +1 at more.
Not exactly what I was going for.
Dueling Mastery. Grants +15% bonus to parry.
That's not bad.
Increases wounds by half of the character's level, rounded up. Melee Weapon Specialist. The sweep ability of an axe and the shove ability of a hammer or mace cost 1 app less, but no less than 1.
But we're not doing mace or hammers, we're doing blades, so that doesn't do us any good at all.
Nimble. Grants +10% bonus to dodge.
I mean, that's pretty good.
Power Weapon Expert. Power weapon attacks gain +10% armor penetration.
What about force weapons? I want force weapons. They say these. Oh, so many good options, chat. I really kind of like that one too. That one's just crazy. I'm just like, I don't know which one I want. I want them all. We don't have a force weapon yet, but we want force weapons. We want 2 force blades.
Melting Armor. Every time an enemy suffers damage from the Psyker, that enemy's armor is reduced by 5%. If the enemy's armor is already 0, their deflection is reduced by 1 instead.
Kind of think that one sounds really good. Because when you just slash, and they just shred their armor to nothing. Kind of really am thinking that one. What do you guys think? This one sounds really good too, though.
Blaze. The Psyker's critical hit chance increases by plus 1% until the end of combat every time the Psyker deals damage by any means.
Gotta go with that one. Gonna be crit crazy. All right, so what do we want for our warrior?
Thick skin. The warrior gains plus 1 damage deflection. Their parry chance is increased by plus 25% of the warrior's total armor.
That's pretty good.
Whenever an enemy attacks the warrior's next melee attack against that enemy deals an additional plus 5 damage. Does not stack, but it can be reactivated after another attack made by either the same enemy or a different one. Epicenter of Slaughter. Whenever the warrior is attacked, they gain plus 1 stack of Epicenter of Slaughter until the end of combat. At the start of their turn, the warrior gains plus 1 temporary wound for each stack. These temporary wounds cannot exceed 5.
Oh, he already has field medic. Okay. I mean, that's not bad either. What do you guys think? What do you recommend for Abelard?
The warrior becomes incredibly deft. Charge and slash do not end the warrior's movement and grant plus 13% dodge for 1 round after use.
Well, that's really good. Oh, we do want him to have... Do we want him to have bolters? Oh, he could get chain weapon expertise. Las weapon. The weapon specialist. Could do sweep and shove him. Power weapons wouldn't be bad for him. Gotta decide. So many choices, so many choices. Decision paralysis is real, chat. Decision paralysis is real. Kind of like that. We're going to make him be our tank. Exposed weakness doesn't cost. That's exposed weakness.
When the Psyker uses a divination psychic power on an ally without an unnatural luck effect, that ally gains unnatural luck. Unnatural luck, when the ally suffers a critical hit, it becomes a normal hit instead and the unnatural luck effect is removed.
Oh, that's pretty potent.
The first dodge attempt of every enemy in combat suffers a 14% penalty. Every 9th successful dodge and forward slash or parry by the Psyker and their allies combined grants the Psyker +2 additional app on the next turn.
Wow.
Allies under the effect of at least one psychic power gain an additional +7% armor penetration.
Wow.
At the beginning of every combat, the Psyker's allies gain +15% critical hit chance. The first critical hit removes this effect. Allies under the effect of at least one psychic power gain an additional +7% armor penetration. Every time the Psyker deals mental damage from any source other than Aftershock, the target suffers half as much mental damage at the end of their next turn. Enemies that have taken damage from the Psyker at least once suffer a 20 penalty to all resistance tests against the Psyker until the end of combat. Enemies that have failed a willpower resistance test against any of the Psyker's psychic powers will suffer an additional +6 direct damage every time they suffer mental damage until the end of combat. Anytime an enemy becomes a target of any particular Psyker ability for the first time, this enemy suffers a 5 penalty to their intelligence and perception, and the Psyker's intelligence and perception increase by +2 until the end of combat. The first time in combat that an ally becomes the target of the Psyker's psychic power, this ally gains +10 to weapon skill and ballistic skill until the end of combat. Force weapon attacks deal +2 more damage and have +10% more armor penetration.
I have a thought. Can I undo that? Yes, I'm fine with that. I need to check this. I just had a thought. Does this count as that?
Psychic Staff. Psychic Awakening. This character is an unsanctioned Psyker, dangerous and uncontrolled. All psychic powers used by this character have 5% chance to trigger perils of the warp and are resolved as if the Psyker's PSY rating was +1 level higher. 4. Lightning Arc. Chains up to 4 targets within a 3-cell radius, dealing Psyker's staff power level PSY rating and Psyker's WP bonus damage to each.
So, will that make this improve? That's what I was wondering. Because this says it's a psychic staff. It doesn't say it's a force weapon. I don't think it will, because it's not counted as force. That's one of the things I was wondering. Because otherwise, this would be wonderful.
Force weapon attacks deal +2 more damage and have +10% more armor penetration.
If that was the lightning effect on that, that would be great. So let's do this. We're going to look at her ability 4 to 8. Okay. Save. 4 to 8, chat. 4 to 8. Still 4 to 8. Wrong person. Yeah, it's still 4 to 8. So this doesn't actually make that go up at all. Don't have any 4th weapons yet. I want 4th weapon. Use the 4th. Use the 4th. Adira. Nah. I think Adira would approve of that.
Every Perils of the Warp increases momentum by +11. The Psyker can use a damaging psychic power while being threatened by enemies in melee range without provoking attacks of opportunity. The first psychic power used each turn increases Veil Degradation by 2 points less. If this talent reduces the effect on Veil Degradation to less than 0, Veil Degradation is instead decreased by 1. After triggering psychic phenomena or perils of the warp first time each turn, the Psyker's next psychic power costs 1 less action point. While the operative is in half cover, their cover efficiency is increased by +15%. This bonus is doubled if the operative has not moved during their turn.
Kind of like this one, though.
When the Psyker uses a divination psychic power on an ally without an unnatural luck effect, that ally gains unnatural luck. Unnatural luck, when the ally suffers a critical hit, it becomes a normal hit instead and the unnatural luck effect is removed.
That's pretty potent. But I think I want to do this.
The first psychic power used each turn increases Veil Degradation by 2 points less. If this talent reduces the effect on Veil Degradation to less than 0, Veil Degradation is instead decreased by 1. For each adjacent ally, the soldier deals +9% more damage to enemies.
Ooh, we'd have to keep you next to people.
Cover efficiency is increased by +10% for full cover and +20% for half cover.
It's not bad.
Whenever the soldier deals damage, their critical damage is increased by +1% until the end of combat.
That's not bad.
After the soldier deals damage to 3 different enemies, the soldier gains +18% more damage for their next attack in the current combat. Reloading costs 2 AP less, minimum 1. The first reload in a combat does not cost AP.
Not bad.
The soldier gains +8% critical hit chance. This bonus is doubled against enemies from which the soldier is protected by cover at the moment of the attack. Each shot fired by the soldier grants them +1 agility until the end of their next turn. Healing an ally with a medikit in combat restores additional wounds equal to Medici/10. Using medikits costs 1 app less.
It's not bad either.
The soldier's demolition instead of intelligence is used to determine additional damage dealt with ranged area attacks. Deals 5% more damage for every 10 points in demolition, instead of 5% for each 10 points of intelligence. The soldier's second attack action in a turn deals plus 15% more damage to enemies that have not suffered damage from the soldier during this turn. While the soldier has full cover against an enemy, the soldier gains plus 10% damage against that enemy, and the enemy's attacks deal 20% less damage against the soldier and their cover if the cover is present at the moment when the shot is fired, even if the cover is destroyed by the shot. While at full wounds, the soldier has plus 10 ballistic skill and plus 2 MP. The soldier's medium armor does not reduce dodge.
She using medium armor.
The Emperor sets my path.
Yeah, she is. That could be worth it, unless we're going to make her go heavy armor. Actually, not power weapon. She should do bolt weapon mastery if that's an option.
Bolt weapon attacks gain plus 10% armor penetration.
Yeah, that. Because that's kind of what she's been doing is bolt weapons, so don't see that changing anytime soon.
That
The
wasn't so
horrific vision is a
difficult.
product of the warp energies that permeate the bridge.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
No.
The first sacrifice opens the eye. The second sacrifice draws its gaze.
Fire. 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 No, we're just gonna sit here.
You are here. But where is the Lord Captain?
Found her and the arch-militant. Bear been slain.
God Emperor, preserve us. The rogue traitor is dead. The ship has lost her Lord Captain, and the house its head. No matter what ritual Kunrad is performing there, the warp is too strong. I cannot withstand it. I feel my body changing with every second. The warp is ringing in the air. This is the end. We will perish in the warp, along with the Warrant and all the dynasty's heirs. The enemy of humanity has triumphed.
I've seen it before. We'd better get away from him. The changes are already accelerating.
I forbid the very thought of yielding. Only by resigning to our fate will we truly suffer defeat.
Words worthy of a righteous soul.
Save the lofty words for later, will you? The navigator's ready to take the ship out of the warp if he gets some help from the bridge.
Then we have no right to bow our heads.
You can see Conrad Voight clearly in the gloom of the bridge. The broken blade he is holding is stained with dark drops that seem to have a pearl scent glimmer to them.
We are out of time.
Vodka, Rogue Traitor's death will be avenged.
What? Theodora is dead? No, that can't be. Not now. I still haven't.
The ritual will not be completed. I'll take care of it. And you, see to it that the void ship breaks free from the warp. Watch over our realm. And farewell.
Edelstrad, don't! Your ritual won't be finished, heretic!
Except you just gave him exactly what he needed to finish it. And he ran away. Good back ray.
Feel my wrath!
All of you will bleed!
I mean, I hope not. Plan is to kind of do something a little bit different than bleeding, but I mean... Oh, we can't shoot down. Never mind. We'll hopefully be able to get a shot from there.
Enemy status. You will encounter enemies with various abilities and features. An icon next to an enemy's portrait indicates that they are under the influence of some kind of effect. Click RMB on the effects icon to see more details. If you wish to learn more about an enemy, click RMB on their portrait or the enemy themselves. This creature's armor depends on the amount of its wounds. If it has more than 70% of its total wounds, it has 55% armor. If it has 40% of its total wounds, it has 40% armor. If it has less than 40% of its total wounds, it has only 25% armor. Also, it always suffers plus 20% toxic and fire damage.
Suits my purposes. You don't stand a chance! Nothing I can't do. Not a problem for me.
Aw, he parried. Can you seriously not hit anyone? You can target that guy and that's it. Really?
I will bathe this battlefield in righteous fury.
Yep, abandoned cover.
As the Emperor I'll do it. Rejoice in battle!
Gonna get a little upset. Ow! Ay, ay, ay! You're nearly dead there. Oh, moly, I thought we'd be able to dodge that. Apparently not.
Shadows are reversed for a moment.
No can do. But of course. Will do.
a slight miscalculation on our part.
Initiative determines how quickly your character reacts to dangers and challenges. Characters with low initiative act later in battle than others.
Follow my lead!
Over.
The horrific vision is a product of the warp energies that permeate the bridge.
So we have to go that way.
The first sacrifice. Open.
You are here. Come.
You can see Conrad Voiper clearly in the gloom of the bridge. The broken blade he is holding is stained with dark drops that seem to have a...
We are out of time.
What?
It'll...
You're...
Getting louder.
I need to not engage that guy in combat. That was a mistake. Hello, friends!
Nothing of value has been lost.
Death to non-believers!
No!
While you still draw breath.
Wait, his scream made everyone bleed?
I've seen worse battles than this in my time. It will be done. One fewer target.
I am your doom.
Momentum. To use the unique abilities called heroic acts or desperate measures, momentum is required. Depending on the actions of your party in combat, the momentum bar will increase or decrease. A high momentum value allows a character to use a heroic act. A low value grants access to desperate measures. Both abilities can completely change the course of a battle, but every party member can either use one or the other and only once in a single combat.
I am his will made manifest. Doubt is for the weak. As the Emperor commands, I act. Faith without deed is
Drag you under the keel for that.
Some shots are able to pierce enemies through and deal damage not only to them but also to the characters standing behind them. The armor penetration parameter is found on most weapons and affects how much damage the target takes as well as determines the chance of over-penetration. Some weapons have the over-penetration parameter, which depends on the type of weapon, the value of the weapon's armor penetration parameter, and the character's talents. In case of over-penetration, characters standing behind the target will receive less damage.
Oh, she hit me, not him.
Can I fall back now? Was that you? Or...
I thought she hit him, not me, but apparently I misunderstood.
Anything else?
Yeah, help me not die.
I'm wounded.
Yeah, I know I'm wounded.
All too easy. Already done.
You won't fail me.
Oh, great. Parry dodged. Still alive, surprisingly.
I will do my duty.
Why didn't you hit him?
Let's patch you up.
Thank you. Now where were we?
God Emperor, move through me. Be the fire in my heart. I'll do it.
I will take all of you
Good
with me.
grief.
Will do. I feel cold. I should have foretold that.
Time to prove my mettle.
Once a character has suffered a certain number of injuries, these injuries are replaced with a trauma. Make use of medikits in time to treat injuries to avoid characters suffering traumas. Removing traumas is a more difficult task. They can only be healed by resting on the ship or in certain other places suitable for rest.
Follow my lead. It will be done. At your beck and call. That's not the Seneschal's job.
So that's what that feeling was about.
Okay, so we need to not even get near him and actually move away from him because he's just slapping right through everything so hard. We've already lost 2 people in about that many minutes. Whew.
The first sacrifice.
You are here. God.
You can see Conrad Voiper clearly in the gloom of the bridge. The broken...
What?
Death will find you soon enough!
run down there and target him and try to avoid it this time. Actually,
Not my specialty.
Faith without deeds. As the Emperor commands, I act.
Was it you? Or... on it? Anything else? What an unfortunate turn of fate.
Out of my way!
good, you all come together. That's what I was hoping for.
Brace yourself, Avalon!
A tactically sound approach. It will be done.
I took care of this one. I serve the ruinous powers!
Please don't hit. Oh, man. Oh, I parried. Dodged. I don't know how I can get far enough over there to be able to jump into their area. Let me... Yee. No! I thought I was out of range.
My time is now! Another clean strike!
Oh, great. So he just heals all up and gets a free turn? Rude.
Such is their will.
Of course.
I'll do it.
I'm not so sure.
Why? Why can you not?
We do.
The air is filled with a putrid smell.
Of course.
Anything else? Will do.
Chaos guides me!
It shields me.
I will do my duty.
Reduced to dust!
Victory is imminent. Close to your target.
Ow!
My prescience has failed me.
It's nothing. As the Emperor...
Would not find much.
I'll do it. This is unacceptable. Faith without deeds is what I was chosen.
On it. But of course.
The blood freezes in your veins.
Was that you? Or...
Indeed. At your beck and call.
I've never felt pain like this.
By the manner of their death, we shall know them.
I clicked on him.
I will do my duty. Victory is imminent. Just a minor setback.
Yeah,
Not
sure.
my worst day. Oh, yes.
As the Emperor commands, I am. Doubt is for the weak. I'll do it.
It will be done.
My soul shall be. Blessed are those who sacrifice for the Imperium.
We'll be loading right about now. Give me just a minute. I'll be right back. I'm gonna top up liquids, and we're gonna have to figure out how to do this. This is intense. Oof. Yeah, Eri, you're not wrong there, man. You're not wrong there.
If a character falls unconscious, they receive a trauma. This reduces their characteristics or inflicts an additional negative effect.
Nothing I can't do.
That one should be dead.
Let's see how they respond to this. Suits my purposes. You didn't stand a chance. Nothing of value has been lost.
I can't get down there far enough. I can't get over there. But I can waste one to jump down there. Because that'll get me further away from him.
Faith without deeds. As the Emperor commands, I act. I'll do it.
Dismantling attack. Opportunity immediately inflicts one exploit on all enemies in combat.
That is not my destiny. Will do. None will stand against me. No can do. On it. But of course.
Chaos guides me.
I will take that if the big guy ignores me.
My place is at the fore. Indeed. I took care of this one. At your beck and call.
Oh, great. Hate that. Oh, only two of them got hit by it that time.
Absolutely not. I'll pass. Not my specialty. I don't have time for this. Not a problem for me.
I will endure. Power resides in the will of the righteous. As the Emperor I'll do it. As the Emperor commands, I act. I refuse. That is not the Emperor's
Why refuse?
Stop it!
Will do.
The stink of scorched flesh fills the air.
Not this Greyer's job. Anything else?
No! I didn't realize I was going to do that. That was really terrible. Really terrible.
Suits my purposes.
I'll do it. This is unacceptable. I refuse.
Takes 3 AP. Oops.
Stop mocking me.
I will do my duty. I've seen worse battles than this in my time.
Can't get up the stairs all the way.
Victory
Can't do this. Yeah, at least do something. Please parry again. Oh, yeah. Hey, man. We're trying to survive? Blade Dancer's been absolutely amazing.
I'll pass. Not my specialty.
No!
Protect the fallen.
I should not have done that. I forgot about that. Forgot about that. You cannot forget about that.
The enemies of the Emperor will be undone. Each is a prayer.
Oh. Iconoclast.
It's about time.
Fire on the third, shutting off the air supply. Extinguished. Depressurization on the seventh, blocking the airlocks.
To save the entire dynasty. Rivor, Master Helmsman, systems status report.
By the Emperor, it's the Seneschal, living and breathing. Oh, well, there's a tricky question. The old place is so overgrown with foul wickedry, we'll be scrubbing it off the vid screens for throne knows how long.
We need to re-establish contact with this Navigator Sanctum. It's our only chance to survive.
Your words seem to knock the officers out of their stupor, and the air around you fills with voices and commands being issued. You hear someone sobbing, one of the survivors buckling under the stress. A Bellard cuffs the crying officer without even looking.
Restore the Fox channel to the Navigator's Sanctum. Ready the crew. Prepare for translation to real space. You may call me superstitious, but translation is not a good time to disregard rules. You are the only one who speaks for House von Valancius. You may not be the Lord Captain, but you, more than anyone else, deserve to take her place in the ritual that is about to commence.
What must I do?
Take the Lord Captain's seat. Order the final preparations. Wait for the officers to report. Oh, blast it all to the void! Translation is a craft, not something that can be explained in a tick. Just go up to the throne, Master. These people are about to do the impossible. The least they deserve is the solace of seeing a figure sitting in the usual spot. Oh, please, hurry. Every second we waste is a terrible risk.
Very win. Again.
Before you is hazy, swaying in sorcerous currents invisible to mortal eyes, as if whatever is beneath this thin shell is constantly changing while still remaining the same. It has taken on the guise of Theodora, but the false rogue trader's eyes reveal the entity's true, surreal nature. One of Theodora's eyes is engulfed in otherworldly fire, the other, a vessel of ancient evil, pours into you. A voice seeps directly into your brain without ever reaching your ears, and this voice booms with all the horrors of the war.
Mortal, who are you to oppose the very flows of fate? It matters not. Your footfalls are an echo of the sand pouring between the scales. Your hopes and faith are my mockery.
Already resisted your temptations of the war. Whatever you are, you will not cloud my mind.
Resisting the inevitable means only that realization and submission will bring greater torment. There is no power that can hinder the flows of fate.
The aspirant vowed to return with a trophy, a relic that could serve the edge of daybreak. That fate was assured, and the steps chosen. And yet, you broke the unbreakable when you took the aspirant's place. I see you. On the day when the final dawn rises over the Iron World, I see you by my side on that day. The day of my resurrection.
Your image is woven into the tapestry of things to come. I am the will of the weaver of destinies, and today I will weave a new thread of elusive possibilities and fickle chances. The thread that will lead you out of the maw of irreversibility. The thread that will help you find the keys to salvation. The thread that will guide you and the weapon of our return to me.
The path is set, child of the dawn. The thread is woven. Follow it, servant of mine.
Never.
Seneschal, the navigator's sanctum is silent. The Vox signal is stable, which means...
The navigator gave his life battling the storm that nearly claimed the Von Valancius flagship. We will honor his memory, along with that of all who died this day.
Seneschal, we could tell us now. Who is that? Where's the Lord Captain?
As First Officer, it is my duty to inform you, with the greatest regret and indelible sorrow, that Lord Captain Theodora von Valancius is dead. May her memory never fade from the annals of the dynasty. By right of blood succession, and with the absence of other kin who could challenge this decision, it is hereby declared that the successor to Theodora von Valancius is her heir, the rightful inheritor of the Warrant of Trade, and the title of Rogue Trader. The official ascension ceremony will be held at a later time. In the interim, have you lost your tongues? Hail your lord. It is because of his toils that we all still live. The deed is done, Master. My apologies. I meant to say Lord Captain.
The treachery of the Master of Whispers was fruitless, but victory came at a great cost. Lord Captain Theodora von Valancius perished along with her heir, Edelthrad, and thousands of crew members. Yet hope remained, for the second in line to the Rogue Trader dynasty survived. To hang the ancestral banners once again, and exact vengeance on the enemies of House von Valancius and humanity.
Got a lot, chat. Got a lot going on.
Deep shadows of weariness can be seen on Abelard's face, though the old officer's eyes are keen. They rake over you from head to toe. He frowns, mutters something, then nods to himself. Well, then, your lordship. Open the cargo management screen to learn more about the cargo on your flagship, the amount, the types, and the percentage of cargo being filled up. On the cargo tab, you can see details about the items packed in each cargo slot. If you need to use an item that is already packed, move that item back to your inventory. Cargo is needed when trading with merchants. You will meet them soon.
You had us worried for a few hours there.
Abelard offers a thin smile.
But after witnessing you fearlessly rush into the fray on deck, the only thing that surprises me is how long you stayed on your feet. Your strength only left you once the fighting was all over. Such fortitude is most admirable in a Lord Captain. You must now hold your first officer's briefing in your new role as Lord Captain. For many of those who are about to join us on the bridge, this will also be their first briefing. We sustained massive losses among the senior and middle-ranking officers. Some posts have had to be filled by the deputy, while others go unfilled entirely, and now the deck clans are deciding who will take over the leaderless crews.
Have you found Voigtgerd yet?
Abelard grits his teeth.
No, Lord Captain. In all the commotion, his trail went cold. Our people are still on the hunt for him and any mutineers who may still be skulking in the ship's many corridors. But, frankly, I would not be surprised to hear that we are now one shuttle short. I am afraid that it will be some time before he answers for all that he has wrought.
Disappointing. And what is the agenda for the meeting?
Reports on the condition of the ship and crew. The Lord Captain is not usually drawn away from her important affairs to attend such routine briefings, but this is a unique situation. I am still receiving updates from across the ship, and they are not encouraging. Getting this bird to fly could take a gargantuan effort, even so far as you personally negotiating with the authorities of the system we are currently in. So prepare to hear a bevy of complaints and excuses, Your Lordship. Take this opportunity to get a good look at the officers who work 6 decks away from the bridge, and they in turn will have the honor of beholding the visage of their Lord Captain.
And how did we come to lose so many officers?
It appears the heretics were deliberately targeting the vessel's command. They knew exactly whom they were looking for and where they could be found, which is unsurprising, given that their informant on board was our own Master of Whispers.
Abelard grimaces.
Understandable. Very well. Summon the officers, begin briefing.
With a gesture, Abelard relays the order to the adjutants at the far end of the magnificent chamber. A dozen pairs of eyes bore into you, the expressions revealing restraint, joy, curiosity, and wariness.
Attention, officers. You have been granted an honor. Lord Captain Ignatius von Valancius will personally conduct today's briefing. Our most gracious Lord Captain is ready to hear your reports.
Abelard, would you introduce me to those present, as I am unfamiliar with them?
As you wish, Your Lordship.
Abelard points to a tall, slender woman whose body seems to contain as many implants as it does flesh.
Victis Sarai Otter of the Talaman line, our new Vox Master.
It is an honor to serve Your Lordship.
The Vox Master offers a deep bow.
Aboard this vessel you have at your command thousands of crew members and hundreds of officers and section chiefs. I am responsible for receiving, processing, and sending all communications between you and them, as well as external sources. I am your eyes and mouth, Lord Captain.
Is there a better female voice? When do we currently have this one?
Speech mod for Warhammer 40k Rogue Trader female voice speech test.
Speech mod for Warhammer 40k Rogue Trader female voice speech test. Speech mod for Warhammer 40k Rogue Trader female voice speech test.
We'll go with that one. That one's better.
Beside her is Raver, the Master Helmsman. He steers our ship along the course set by the Lord Captain and monitors the void around us to ensure that we do not stray into an asteroid field or a pirate trap.
The bearded man with pale, almost transparent skin, large dark circles under his eyes, and a dour expression that seems hardwired into his face, gives a sullen nod.
Hail, Lord Captain. This here ship's as good as home to me, so rest assured she's in safe hands. I'll die before I let her come to any grief. And lastly, our high factotum Janris Danrogue, who oversees supplies, procurement, and the general material well-being of the ship.
Dressed in an embroidered jacket, the heavyset man with bald hair offers an obsequious smile and bows.
It is an honor, Your Lordship. You may trust me with all matters concerning your comfort. Everything will be done to the highest standard. In the second row, we have the 3 officers charged with overseeing the ship's vital functions. The Master of Ordnance is responsible for the artillery aboard, the Infernus Master, whose crew work to prevent and extinguish fires on the ship, and, lastly, the Drives Master, servant of the Onisar.
Machine God Onisar. A supernatural entity, god of all knowledge, worshipped by the Adeptus Mechanicus. The 3 officers salute you. The Infernus Master does so with confidence, while the Master of Ordnance betrays nervousness. The Drives Master offers a salute resembling a dance, involving the complicated manipulation of all the Tech Priest's mechadendrites. Tech Priest. The rulers of the Adeptus Mechanicus, they revere technology as the object of their devotion. They direct the endeavors of fabrication and lead the followers of the machine god in unforgiving crusades of ruthless acquisition. Mechadendrite. A tentacle-like robotic limb prosthetic surgically attached to the spine.
Is that everyone?
Unfortunately, our choirmaster, the esteemed Zachary Weiss, head of the Astropath section, is unable to join us. He is in charge of communications with distant star systems. Master Weiss has been in a trance for some time now, attempting to contact other planets in the von Valancius Protectorate and inform them of Lady Theodora's passing and Conrad Voigt's treachery. I will deliver a report to your lordship on the Astropath's progress as soon as it is possible to do so.
Astropath. A powerful sanctioned psyker who can send and receive messages through space using their telepathic abilities.
It is equally regrettable that 2 more individuals worthy of mention could not join us at the briefing, the Master at Arms and Confessor Adalbert. The eminent Adalbert must see to the funeral services being held for the fallen officers, of whom there are too many for him to take leave from the chapel, and Mistress Sauerbach, who has replaced her late predecessor as our Master at Arms, is currently leading the search for any surviving agents of Voigtva. All others present are adjutants, secretaries, and deputies. They are here to make a record of proceedings.
Very well. Let's hear the Infernus Master's report.
Yes, Lord Captain. The tall man bores his head in deference.
I can report that all fires across all decks have now been extinguished. The preliminary damage assessment, in terms of material losses and crew casualties, has been completed. The results have been submitted to the Seneschal and the High Factotum. The post passed to him after the previous Infernus Master and his next 3 deputies expired in the line of duty.
Abelard remarks in a low voice pitched for your ears only.
The lad is managing well so far. He can take the heat, so to speak.
Scribe Master, please regard me and speak of the current status.
A voice distorted by a Voxra translator emerges from under the tech priest's scarlet hood.
Lord Captain, the foes that set upon this noble void ship destroyed the repositories of hundreds of machine spirits. The great warp engine entrusted into my charge is unharmed, thank the Omnisar, but its spirit mourns its dead brethren. We have not yet identified a prayer protocol capable of assuaging its sorrow and anger.
Machine spirit. A spirit believed by the adherents of the cult Mechanicus to inhabit and control any technology in existence. Warp. An alternate dimension of pure energy and madness existing as a mirror to real space, also known as the Immatrium, the Empyrean, the Ether, the Sea of Souls, or Warp Space.
With great sorrow I must also report that the Engineer Prime, overseer and spiritual authority of all tech priests on board, fell in battle. The Magus was betrayed by the little flesh that remained part of him. A most terrible loss. There is no one among my comrades aboard whose experience and comprehension of the sacred protocols equals that of the fallen Magus. We require a replacement, and as soon as possible.
Engineer. A tech priest whose specialization is the maintenance and repair of sacred machines.
Would someone care to translate some of these words?
The ship's most senior tech priest, most senior both in rank and in experience, is dead. If we do not find a replacement, we will be unable to resolve the problems with the warp engine.
Answers the Voxmaster instantly, without even thinking. This is not the first time she has acted as an interpreter between the ship's various inhabitants.
Master of Ordnance, report.
The Master of Ordnance gives you a gloomy look.
No, my job simple. Maintain the arsenal and fire where I'm told. But just ask anyone. We've got no able crew, no Lord Captain. Master of Ordnance, you forget yourself.
The Master of Ordnance chokes back the words he was obviously about to blurt out without thinking. He casts another look at you before turning away.
I apologize profusely, Lord Captain. Pardon the fool. The ship is in ruins, every other officer is dead, and the Lord Captain is no longer with us. Fear has taken hold of me.
He looks up at you.
But I've heard of you. Oh yes, your fame has reached even as far as the Expanse. I can't be showing myself up in front of an illustrious person such as yourself.
He adjusts his uniform and stands ramrod straight.
The Master of Ordnance can report that the rest of the arsenal has been saved and the battery is in good order. We are ready to fight, if that is the Lord Captain's will.
Effectorum, port.
We are toiling day and night to compile a full account of the losses. The task will require next to no involvement from your lordship. I will personally ensure that all damaged components are given into the tech priest's hands for attention and that all lost supplies are replaced. There is only one resource that I cannot replenish single-handedly, and that is people. We have lost more than 2,000 crew members, and, unfortunately, this number is not confined to the scum from the lower decks, which are easily replaced, but also includes trained professionals.
Yeah, I finally was able to clear it up. That was, I think it took us 3-4 attempts. It was rough, but we managed. We figured out how to do it.
We will be able to make up our losses on the nearest planet, Rykard Minoris. However, the planet, the whole system, in fact, belongs to the Winterscale Rogue Trader dynasty. We cannot simply begin recruiting on the planet without first coming to an understanding with the governor. In that respect, I am powerless. Negotiations at this level are a matter for the Rogue Trader. Especially true given Caligo's Winterscale's penchant for attacking first and asking questions later, and the kind of thick-skulled thugs he usually installs as governors on his planets.
Rumbles Abelard, frowning.
Master
Right you are, Lord Captain. To cut a long story short, the outlook is bleak. The ship's sound, more or less, but without our Engineer Prime and Navigator, who fell in battle, we have no way out of the system. If we try to set so much as a toe inside the warp, I don't know what'll happen first, our warp drive being torn to pieces or all of us melting into the bulkheads.
Your Lordship, if you will allow me to interject. When we arrived in this system, my crew followed standard protocols and conducted a count of all the available communication channels in the region. One of them was a Navi's Nobilite station. The station maintains complete Vox silence, but even its presence here inspires hope. To have located a navigator in the very same system is an incredible stroke of luck, a true blessing from the God Emperor.
Navi's Nobilite. An ancient organization of noble mutant families whose genes allow them to safely guide warp-capable void ships through the Immatrium.
If I were you, I'd grab this chance with both hands, or else you'll soon be eyeing up asteroids to use as your new residence. In slightly less shitty news, we can go round and round this system till our heads are swimming, as long as the promethium and supplies last. And if any thick as grok shit lowlifes come sniffing around, we'll be able to take them out, so don't you worry on that score.
Promethium, a broad term for combustible fuel in the Imperium of Man.
So to summarize, we've sustained serious losses to the crew members, require an engineer prime and navigator. Is that all that's preventing us from continuing our voyage?
Precisely, Lord Captain, but bear in mind that this will not be the end of our trials. The ship's systems must be properly inspected for major damage, which can only be carried out at Footfall Station, home to the only dockyard in the sector. But we will never reach Footfall without first solving these 3 immediate problems.
Very well. What can you tell me about this system we're in?
I see to the Voxmaster on this point. Mistress Tarleman?
We are in the Rykard star system, and our voyage here was undertaken on the orders of your lordship's predecessor. There are 3 inhabited bodies in this system, and our attempts to send Vox messages have produced confounding results. The Navi's Nobilite station has not simply failed to answer, it seems to be maintaining total Vox silence. However, we did receive a distress signal from the prison planetoid in the system, and Rykard Minoris itself is also not responding to our hails. But what is most alarming is that our augurs have intercepted signals from the surface that seem to indicate ongoing hostilities on the planet.
Augur, sensor technology that allows void ships to scan planets, spot enemies, and obtain various other kinds of crucial data at great distances.
The situation is not very encouraging, but without a navigator, a tech priest, and new crew members, we won't be able to travel anywhere. Therefore, we must go to the planet and the Navi's Nobilite station and find out what in the void is going on.
Thank you for your reports. Dismissed.
The assembled officers salute you as one.
Your lordship, there is one other thing, a confidential matter of the utmost importance. Lady Theodora.
Abelard hesitates.
Your eternally esteemed predecessor brought the ship here, to this system, for a reason. She was given a secret commission. You perhaps are wondering who has the authority to commission a rogue trader to do anything, and I shall tell you, the Lord Inquisitor, the hand of the Emperor, the chief architect of his will in the Coronus Expanse.
Coronus Expanse. A scattered, poorly explored region on the frontier of the Imperium, full of fearsome Xenos, treasure, even worlds, and the echoes of ancient doom.
Came across a strange handwriting on Theodore's desk. It was signed with XC, referring to the contents of that note, I presume?
Yes, quite right. XC. Xavier Calcazar. Lady Theodora was to seek out the Lord Inquisitor's right-hand man, one Heinrich Span Kallax, an interrogator, you understand. All I know is that he is somewhere in this system, that we must find him and offer him whatever assistance he requires, and then deliver him to Footfall in the Furibunda system. Finding him without any more information to go on will be difficult indeed, but an Inquisitor is an important individual. The authorities in the system, either the Navi's Nobilite or the Governor of Rykard Minoris, may know something. That is all of it, your lordship. You have a great deal of work ahead of you, but it is a mere taste of the daily burden of a rogue trader. Soon you must take up the reins of the von Valencia's protectorate.
Abelard gives you another scrutinizing look, as if trying to gauge how long you will hold out under this mountain of problems. His face softens slightly, and it seems he is about to offer some words of encouragement.
Idira, Sister Argenta, explain yourselves.
The Sister of Battle grimly nods toward Idira.
The Psyker is suffering some ailment, or dark madness. She insisted on seeing the rogue trader. I judged that it would be unwise to leave her unsupervised.
Psyker, an individual of any intelligent species who possesses some degree of psychic ability or powers. For a brief moment, Sister Argenta's voice sounds hesitant.
I was also hoping to approach you with a personal request, but it can wait. Speak with me when you have time, rogue trader.
Idira's glazed eyes rove over those assembled. One word bursts from her lips.
Daybreak.
Idira. Come to.
Damn it.
Idira presses her fingers to her temples in desperation.
Your lordship, here's the thing. I was trying to see the immediate future, and it hit me so hard. My head is still spinning. Something very strange is heading our way, and I can't make out what it is, no matter how hard I try. A single word is all I can make out. Daybreak, or maybe it's dawn. And it's ringing and ringing like an echo, like a bell. But if it's daybreak, then why is it so dark?
We cannot extract any information of value from a single word. Can you tell us anything else, Mistress Tlass?
No, not yet anyway. The voices are going berserk, all shouting at once. I can't make sense of any of it. As soon as I know or sense anything, I'll report it. All right. Lord Captain, if you want me to take a closer look into your future, find me on the bridge and we can talk. Lady Theodora was well served by my whispers on many occasions, and I'm sure you would benefit from them as well.
The psyker's bitten lips stretch into a wry smile.
There's nothing else of value to report. I declare the briefing concluded. Get to work.
Use the system map in the center of the bridge to issue orders to the crew.
Whee! So we are Sanctioned Psyker Blade Master, for those who may have missed how we started. We have took Blazing Inferno, so every time we every time that we deal damage of any means, our crit chance increases. So we're focusing on getting a lot of crits. I do want to get force weapon specialization stuff. We do want to get Brutal Hunter, was it? No. We want to get Wounded Beast at some point, and then there was another one we wanted to get. Looks like it may not be here, but there's another one we wanted that would allow us to get more melee damage as we struck as well. So we're focusing on boosting damage, and blades. And then when we can, we're going to get the fire ability. Weapon skill we need, customness we need, and willpower we need. Ugh. Gonna have to go willpower because we need it for our psychic powers. Do need agility and weapon skill as well. Character value 40. 40. And I think our just because of just how much willpower is needed for different barrel abilities and consistencies. Hurry and dodge though too. Ugh. I need all of them. Could go this route so we can start working on getting our attacks, but also that would boost our medical skill if we go that route. We want melt armor, just to shred the enemy's armor. Yeah. That's LA. She doesn't need much agility. She needs perception for ranged. Right? We need rapid reload so she can use bolt weapons more. We realized that was an issue. He needs willpower and intelligence. Oh, I didn't take that. I thought I did. Oh no! What was it we took? Oh yeah, that one. That's a good one. That's why we did it. I mean, that's a really good one. Boosting armor pen. Yeah. We can respec if we have to. And I'm up for you guys' suggestions on how to change these guys up to make them better. Up on the Discord, ping me what you think. Or we can join chat. Tell me while we're live is fine too. This is just me trying. I don't know all the details. We're just making our best.
Whenever the warrior is hit while under the Endure effect, their damage deflection is increased by +1 until the warrior's next turn. The damage dealt by charge is increased by +9 when the ability is used from a distance of 5 or more cells. When the warrior parries an attack, their next warrior archetype ability costs 1 app less. Enemies suffer a 10% penalty to their hit chance with ranged attacks, including area attacks, against the warrior for every enemy in a 1-cell radius around the warrior. Stacks up to 3 times. If there are no enemies adjacent to the warrior at the start of the turn, the warrior's damage is increased by +8 for 1 melee attack. Increases charge distance by +3 cells. The warrior becomes incredibly deft. Charge and slash do not end the warrior's movement and grant +13% dodge for 1 round after use.
Yeah. That'd help us repositioning. Whenever the wearer of these gloves get an injury or falls unconscious in combat, their allies get +1 damage. Oh yeah, we'll do that. We need more stuff. Is there a way to turn helmets off? Thought there would be a way. These are journal. These are map. This is the different details. Yeah. So for those wondering, this is what we're doing.
Archetype, Blade Dancer.
Intelligence. What do we need intelligence for? I mean, I get agility, weapon skill, toughness, but why intelligence? Wait, it's saying strength, but it's saying intelligence. That is super weird. Hey! Oh, we can upgrade. We should upgrade, but I have a feeling we might need the parts, so I don't know if we should. Oh. Yeah. Cool. Go.
Hey, did you hear? They saw it again. It was on the middle decks this time.
The vessel stands ready, Lord Captain. What are you talking about? Don't tell me you believe these daft rumors about the rogue trader's ghost.
Maybe I don't, but the rumors are coming from somewhere, so somebody must have seen something, or just wants others to believe they did.
Oh no, what if there is sorcerer's heresy among the crew? You never know.
I love the text-to-speech. It really does help. Because then when I'm talking to you guys, it's not confusing.
This hefty tome contains schematics of the flagship of House von Valancius in addition to a plethora of notes, copies of reports, and other documents. This majestic portrait painted by a skilled artist greets guests who have been granted permission to enter the Lord Captain's quarters. The coat of arms of House von Valancius is crowned with the text of the Oath of Rogue Traders, the Emperor's faithful servants. The positions of the pieces on the board suggest that this game of regicide was interrupted. The winner was never determined.
Ooh, okay. No, I need to go back. Okay, I need to do that one more time because I didn't go right. Give me a moment here. I am going to get something taken care of that the game says you need to do because it's how they connect to Twitch for drops. All set. Okay, so now are we good? Does that mean I can search the chest now, or does that not? Ooh, nice.
Consumables. You have found a consumable item. Grenades, stimulants, medikits, and other consumables can be placed in quick access slots. To do this, double-click on such an item, LMB, or drag it to a highlighted slot by holding LMB. Each consumable item has a certain number of uses, which is indicated in the item's description. As with most actions in combat, using consumable items spends the character's action points.
No more currently available.
The ticking of the clock is too quiet for its bulky size. The light glinting off the polished skull of some unknown Xenos makes it seem like the bony face is mocking you. The bookshelves are packed with ancient books, piles of papers, and tomes, many of which look rather worn. The parlor organ seems to have been sitting idle for many years. A bizarre fragment hung on a trophy board. The light, smooth surface of the object is dotted with dark spots and crumbling holes. Liturgies of the faithful to his word and name. The text below this solemn heading looks noticeably faded. It appears that the prayer book has been kept open on this page for a very long time. This fine sculpture made from a strange metal seems to absorb any rays of light that fall upon it. The glinting of the displayed weapons is mesmerizing. You have never seen many of these articles before.
But I can't take them. That's the sad part. Hey, look. Heavy bolter, please, can I take it? Thunderhammer, can I take it? No, you can't. You just get to look at them and wish you could take them. Okay, so we can store things in there.
The parlor organ seems to have been sitting idle for many years. Beyond the glass, the distant stars glimmer in the darkness of endless space, filling you with an odd sense of dread. The long dead eyes of this fierce monster forever capture the fear and pain of its final moments. The soothing water caresses your senses, and your grateful muscles welcome the chance to rest. A pleasant languor spreads through your body as you allow yourself a moment of quiet relaxation. The tension slowly retreats as you bring yourself to complete stillness. Joint by joint, muscle by muscle, pore by pore, before long, you have surrendered the bastion of your body to the bliss of oblivion. Troubles, worries, loss, such things do not belong in this newly established dominion of tranquility. There are only the infinite waters of weightlessness, in which, stripped of all things superficial, the mind of Ignatius von Valancius drifts in silent bliss. It is a conscious mind. What fills this consciousness?
Oh. This is paid for power. It's for those who keep him afloat in the waters. Let's do Iconoclast. Thoughts of those who have kept him afloat in the waters, round and to pull to the surface, where we had many helped us get here.
The strands of fate are fragile, yet woven together. They are strong. Not everyone is destined to see this voyage through to its end, but no one will be forgotten. This moment of serenity soon fades. The body reclaims the mind, binding it once more to the familiar shell of flesh, sinew, and bone. You feel revitalized. This was truly an experience worthy of a rogue trader.
Would you like to take a bath, your lordship?
Just did, actually.
The water's calming murmurs and the warm steam feel inexplicably deceptive. A moment of weakness and rest promises nothing but danger. The coat of arms of House von Valancius is crowned with the text of the Oath of Rogue Traders, the Emperor's faithful servants.
Alright, let's see what we can do here. We could get... Oh yeah, dual chain swords if we wanted. I think we'll just stay with our Mars pattern. It's the same damage. Though, Chainsword does have armor pen. We need force weapons is what we need. Dual force blades. Heirloom auto pistol. 5 precision and ballistic skill, not bad. You send this to Abelard to use. Shotgun, 2-handed. Not bad, not bad, not bad. Not bad, not bad.
Absolutely not. I don't have time for this. Not my specialty.
Where does it get equipped?
For a true servant of the Emperor, hatred of enemies of humanity transcends even death. The skull of this commissar, who fell in an unequal battle against heretics, is embedded with a vox repeater that plays his last battle cry.
Okay, so how do we use it? Where has a resolve chance to reduce incoming damage to 0? Yeah, man. Ah. Want this too. Oh, our current one does more damage. Interesting. Same range. That should, in theory, boost it, but is it only when it's equipped? Yes, it is. So that actually doesn't help. Give her that, so if they get close, she can pop that out. How does this compare with your existing one? Your existing one does more damage, but less pen. Interesting.
Unfinished letter. His chagrin is irrelevant. Voigtva's mistake cost me too much. Years of work, tremendous resources, all wasted. He has failed at what he was supposed to be irreproachable at, uncovering spies, and this one was a senior officer. I am not about to discard him. Conrad has served me for too long for his removal to go painlessly for the Protectorate. Besides, he is no fool. He could not have seriously expected to become the next in the von Valancius line when his skills and talents as Master of Whispers are so valuable. Let his disinheritance serve as a humiliating but instructive lesson from which he may yet learn. Can't be equipped by this character. While the wearer is at full wounds, they gain +5 to all characteristics.
Can anyone but me wear that? No. Alright, well. That's a problem, because we can have a build that says we'll take wound.
I'd rather not.
What? Oh, goes in there.
That is not my destiny.
Can we not put it anywhere? So it just sits in... Okay. 5 armor or extra resolve. I want them both. Here you go, chat. You ready?
Crack data slate. 000111111000101010101010N872-04. The final transactions with the chartist are complete. The fiery reckoning is now fully equipped 00011110001000. The object has been loaded aboard with its containment intact and placed in the forebay to ensure maximum contact with the target. Coordinates sent and received by the Brig 1001101010. Target's estimate 00110001. Time of arrival in the system 0101011010. The fiery reckoning is crewed by a servitor HIV 000111111000. Chances of the ship returning are minimal. Estimated TIM 011101111000.
Oh no, what if there is sorcerer's heresy among the crew? You never know.
The auger calibration ritual is complete. Tech priests are heading to the life support chambers.
Alright, chat. Well, a couple other conversations we can have, but that's where we're actually going to have to call it for today. I do hope you guys thoroughly enjoyed. Be sure to follow if you haven't, turned on notifications so you can join us for the story and continuation of Ignis the Blade Bastard.
Lord Captain.
Next time. Thank you all for being here. Till next time, as always, enjoy the story. See you guys next time.